see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Even politicians spread lies for them, but we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. How long them gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them gonna take our people for food? Now build no houses, them now build no school. Think them up the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause when them are them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them are talk, them are the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. They promise they will fall lies on him. I defend the people them set spice on him. Them most guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. They promise they will fall lies on him. And defend the people them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, that's all you say. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Take them off the handle, but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause when them a them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Say from him, say but all eyes on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day.
It's true. The man fighting every day.
Yeah, our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. From him, say up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Take them off the handle, but
Yes, people.
they better stop criticizing. Cause when them a them now face
Greetings and salutations, one and all.
lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. They'll fight
Much love to everybody locked in right now. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Say from him, say but all eyes on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get
people.
Most High Jah, guide us.
As we're here getting ready for today's broadcast, welcome everybody.
Need to
It's Reason with Rattigan. Yours truly, Kevin Stew, holding it down as we usually do.
we will fight for
You see, the rebel is here,
rescue life.
just grabbing a few things.
Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Rescue life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you.
It would be good if I had my comments up, I could see everybody.
All eyes on him.
Hey, Elaine, holding it down as usual. Much love to you.
Evil politicians spread lies on him, but we know the bug of them not wise like him.
You know, first, bright and early in today's broadcast, we're going to get some things out of the way.
On him, you know
Because today would be a flowing conversation.
Lucie and Marcus Garvey, rock the world, the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the
Wait, something going on with my volume?
temple and can't disarm. We'll fight for the people every day. Rescue life for the people every day.
Thank you, Zolita.
Fight for the people every day. Defending your rights,
Zolita. Appreciate love it. Thank you.
people every day. Rescue life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
So, I told some of you all about this before.
All you say, how long the mother knows that
And of course, I get to share some of it with you guys again today.
nah build up.
Those of you, the day is drawing closer.
But of the most I rule, they better stop criticizing. Cause when the mother now face him, you know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Rescue life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people.
Okay, I don't know. People, are you all hearing me okay? Just checking. I got a message that I sounded low.
Rescue life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay.
Yeah, tell it to me later, Zolita. Those of you wondering what Zolita talking about, it's a Saturday stew. It happens immediately after this broadcast at 8 p.m.
But we know the bug of them not
Reggae Global Radio.
them not
We get to have the Saturday stew, shake a leg or two, you know?
life on him. You know, said them bring out them
And then immediately after that, the rebel comes up and you get to relax with the rebel.
him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order up
I'd warn some of you all about relax with the rebel tonight, but
in a job.
I'll leave you all to have the experience.
And this army, them fight for the people every day. Rescue life for
But in the meantime, in between time,
get criticized
let me just say,
every day. Defending your rights.
blessings, Darrett. Thank you very much. Maureen, much love. Vivian, thank you very much. Sharon,
Every day,
appreciate love it. Artnell, blessings. Carol, thank you very much.
I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Rescue life for the people.
So those of you who are in the South Florida area, big event coming up Easter weekend. It's a concert, a gospel concert at the church that I play drums for.
Need to see the light. Turn it up.
And so there's been a lot of planning and preparation going into this. So those of you who can make it, awesome.
Get criticized for the
I'm putting the final touches together for those of you who cannot make it. I would love to attend.
for the people every day.
Incidentally, this is during Reason with Rattigan time, so
For the people every day. Defending your
I don't know how you're going to attend.
saw you stay.
Split yourself between the two. You all know that I won't be here on that Saturday.
Said spite
I'll be at this event because
on them, but we know the bug of them.
I'm the sound engineer for this event. This coming Easter.
Them knows that the people rely on him. You know
But the broadcast will go on, and I will be not too far away.
people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey.
So let me give you a little bit of info about that event right now.
First Baptist Church of Sunrise, Florida presents Spring Gospel Concert on Saturday, April 4, 2026 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, featuring Dr. Glacia Robinson,
Hold my hand today, lest I fall.
Evangelist Bridget Blurcher, Minister Leroy Smith, and Second Chance. Concert will be at First Baptist Church of Sunrise, 6401 Sunset Strip, Florida 33313. Admission $50. Tickets available at the church office. MC Bishop John Wayne Manning of Omega Radio Station and Church. Jesus is alive. See you there.
He's alive. He's alive.
Friday, April 3rd and Saturday, April 4th. All roads lead to Crown Hill Theater in Brooklyn. Foundation meets the future with Rory Love and David Rattigan.
Good morning, sound boy. Long time sound love reach out.
Well, this is none of the land. Legendary David Rattigan.
Not a mercy. Them just make on mercy.
Blessings, masses, I Rory Stone Love. Here to let you know it's all about April the 3rd and the 4th. See? That's right, 2 nights only where you can see David Rattigan and Rory Stone Love. See?
Make sure you're there at the Crown Hill Theatre, Nostrand Avenue in Brooklyn.
Tickets available at the Crown Hill Theater box office or log on to crownhilltheater.com and get your tickets today. Foundation meets the future. Rory Stone Love, David Rattigan. You cannot miss this event.
Lock them up. Ready, people, lock them up.
So, right. So, 2 events, one of which I'm directly involved with, the other I am indirectly connected to. And so the 3rd and 4th happening up in New York is this event with Rory Stonelove and David Rattigan. So those of you who can make it to one of those events at Crown Hill Theatre, by all means, give us support. Those who can make it to South Florida, I'd love to see you. The other thing is, if you can't make it live to South Florida at a gospel concert, they're, like I said, finalizing pay-per-view. So if you can't pay-per-view to attend live, you'll be able to pay-per-view and attend after, because they'll be recorded and available in that space. So that is a quick thing I wanted to add for you guys. You'll hear more about this one later on. Tomorrow, those of you who are looking forward to Easy Like Sunday, you may be in for a treat. So I'll tell you a little bit more about that a little bit later on. But you're in the right place at the right time right now. So go ahead and call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know it's time to be here with a notepad, your digital recorders, because sometimes you need to jot down timelines. Yeah, it's recorded, it's on YouTube. You can go back and watch it. But jot down a timeline so that you know exactly what it is that you're going back for at that time, or what you're telling whomever about at that time of the broadcast, yeah? You won't be disappointed. Thank you, producer, for putting up the address and date for the event happening at First Baptist Church of Sunrise. Those of you who are asking, where is it? What time is it? There it is at the bottom of your screen. Yeah? Cool. Provost, I see you over there. You ready? Anytime you're ready, you just jump on and come join me. So Provost, just send me one more thing here. Yes, man, that is there. Provost. That one is in the mix. So the other guy that is very much a part of this broadcast will be joining us momentarily. Right now, you're stuck with this guy. And the other guy and I, we were talking earlier. Yeah, this guy right here. This guy. We were talking earlier. And it's always interesting when we're setting up for this broadcast, because there's so much that's going on, and we're not always able to address it all. And so we try to find the best ways to bring you as much information as possible. Artnell is asking, is the OJLDF donation site working? Last time I checked, it was, Artnell, but since you're asking that question now, that means that there's an issue. So I know a couple of our people are listening in, so they can give a real quick check and let us know shortly. So anybody else having difficulty or having an issue with the donation site for OJLDF, and those of you who haven't done so yet, please visit the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website. Find out how you can get involved with what the foundation is going on with. Art Nelson just tried with my card, but it's not going through. All right. We'll find out. We'll find out in a little bit. WB, Budget 1, the Bad Mind Cap, Theatrics for Ignoramuses, Conceived, Ill-Conceived, Poorly Executed, Trite, Farcical Buffoonery, Bad Mind, His Perennial Diversion from Stark Failures. Oh, I see what you're saying here, WB. Got you. Well, if there's one thing that has been successful all along, and magicians use it and have been using it for centuries in their craft, is the art of diversion, smoke and mirrors. So it is doing something with your left hand and distracting with your right. Nothing new. It's just that too often we get caught. And we shouldn't be getting caught with some of these things. I didn't have my lights on for some reason. Strange. Yeah, we shouldn't be getting caught with some of these things. But yes. And that is why we have individuals like us presenting information to individuals like you, and you yourself sharing with others. Speaking of sharing, I needed to share this broadcast today with someone that I met recently, and I forgot to send it on. So let me do that right now. Provost, welcome to your broadcast, sir. I needed to unmute though before you talk.
Busy at work. Good afternoon, people, my people, brothers and sisters, students, professor.
Yes, sir.
Producers, can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Indeed. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University with the provost, yours truly, and the professor, DJ Kevin Stew. Now,
True.
Indeed. We have a whale of a program for you today, and I don't know I know we're not going to get through everything that we've listed, and I like the way the topic, the lecture was announced, because we didn't really pick on a particular topic. It was kind of general in nature, and we'll get to that in a second. As the professor mentioned, tomorrow there will be a surprise. We're going to have a program tomorrow. What's it? Easy as Sunday. I almost forgot. Easy as Sunday with the Rebel from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., that's New York time, and 1 to 3 Jamaica time. So adjust your time and schedule accordingly. We're going to have 2 guests today, and of course, a disclaimer goes up. The opinions belong to the individual presenters only and are neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or their host. Come Reason with Rattigan, we had a fantastic program this past Wednesday. Unfortunately, this coming Wednesday, we won't have a program. So the next time you're going to see me, except for Mystics program, which is on Tuesday, will be Saturday. Again, there will be no program next Wednesday. Please remind yourselves, friends, neighbors, supporters, that there will be no program next week, Wednesday. And because we have so many things. Oh, Professor, is that you? Mute, please. Them said I'm hear some things in the background. Thanks. We want to just big up everyone, supporters, well wishers, all of you, and of course our producer Joan, and our producer for the Wednesday program, OT, and all of you who have mightily contributed to the success of the 2 programs. Now, let's just jump into this because I have so much to say. All right. Final exam, folks, May 30th. And then summer school begins June 6th. Listen to us carefully. Listen to us when we start talking, particularly about civics. The Constitution, the standing orders, all of these things. Pay close attention. As a Jamaican, you're obligated to be familiar with these items and these documents. You are obligated. That's the only way you're going to go out and have a reasonable discussion with people, because if you, at least when it comes to civics, because if you don't, when people start telling you things, you're just going to have to sit there and accept what they're saying as gospel, simply because you didn't take the time, you didn't take the effort to do your civic duty. And that's one of them. Familiarize yourselves with the Constitution, the standing orders, etc. Now let's just jump into this. Oh, that took me all the way to last slide. All right, here we go. Shirley Chisholm, one of my heroines, and Nanny as well. I like that. If they don't give you a seat at the table, and this is in light of Women's History Month, as far as I'm concerned, every day is Women's History Day. We shouldn't just have one month. It should be something that we celebrate every day. It's just like Mother's Day. I don't believe in that. I believe every day should be Mother's Day. Yeah, you have this one day, and a lot of people, they show up, they take care of their moms, and then Mama not hear from them again for months. No. Should be every day. Every day. If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring in a folding chair. What that says is that you're going to the table. They can't stop you no matter what. You are going. And if they don't have a seat at the table for you, you bring your folding chair and you elbow your way in. People must know that you have a desire, you have a purpose, and you have an obligation to be at the table. And I'm speaking to my Jamaican people in particular, the ones who, as we would say, don't care. You have to get involved. Of course, SSB, yes, indeed. Rattigan University, lies are dispelled, truth is upheld. Producer Joan, big up yourself, shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. And we're putting these things up not for the sake of just reading them. I think every week we do this because we want to reinforce these things in you. because we understand that education, part of education is repetition. You have to keep saying it until it's second nature for people. That's what we're going to be doing. Oh, by the way, tonight's program, almost forgot, Relax with the Rebel. Let me just quickly say that I had my playlist completed, and producer OT has been asking me for quite some time now to do a program on duets. And I kind of resisted. And even though I had my playlist prepared for this week, I said, you know what, let me just take a look into this. And before I knew it, I got sucked into it because the music is just, there's just a magnetic feel to the duets I was listening to. They're slow. Tonight, that's what we're going to be playing. I'm going to tell you this now. Make your preparations. Make your preparations to go listen and support DJ Kevin Stew. And I know Kevin is going to have you hopping and jumping and skipping and doing calisthenics. And I'm going to come on and I'm going to calm you down. You're gonna chill out when I come on. And then don't forget, right after me, Dr. Love. You have to support us. Support the program. Support the music. I ask you. So tonight, for my segment, just come prepared with your teddy bear, your loved one, whoever. Just you come prepared to cuddle. And if you don't have anyone, then you can cuddle with me, because we can do it through, everything virtually these days, right? So
you're gonna virtually cuddle?
You can virtually cuddle. Yeah. Artner said, don't care. Don't care means you don't care. Yeah, don't care. Father says that. Yeah, don't care. I tell you another one my father used to tell me. He used to say,
what was the opposite though?
I don't care, doctor, no goddamn. That's when he would ask me to do something for my benefit, and I would resist. And he was saying, well, if you don't care about your benefit, then you can't really expect me to care, You have to show some interest. So that's it. Moving right along. All right. Here's what we're going to be talking about today. Thieves, liars, criminals, dunces, and con artists in Parliament. Parliamentarians, globally, they're deserving of one or several of these titles. And no parliament, I think, is immune from having thieves, liars, criminals, dunces, and con artists among the ranks. However, we're talking about Jamaica. And I think it's a distraction when we start talking about Jamaican Parliament. And they say, well, look what's happening in the British Parliament, or look what's happening in Congress, or look what's happening over there. It takes your attention from the issue in front of you, because then you go over there and you go, oh, well, they're doing the same thing. And it's almost as if you surrender to the thieves, liars, criminals, dunces, and con artists in Parliament. Don't do that. Let's just focus on where we should be focused. We're going to be focused on Jamaica. And by the way, I spent the better part of this week, last week, the week before, and even before that, listening to two commissions in South Africa. There's one called the Ad Hoc Committee, and there's another one called the Madlanga Commission. And they're looking into corruption at the highest levels. They're looking into how criminals have permeated the police department, how criminals have permeated Parliament and other sectors of the South African society. Very, very, very interesting. The sad part about it, though, Professor, is that I know these people, and I know them very well. And I'm looking at some of them, and they're getting scorched. Some of them. They're getting scorched. And big up to all my South African people watching, and I know you are. I mean, my heart sank for some of these people, because I know them. I didn't say knew. I know them. I still talk to these people, and to see them sitting up there and facing these tough questions, that's sad. But it's a good thing in the sense that they're trying to do something about the problem. And all of this started with one brave policeman who decided that he was going to take on the entire outfit. And when I say outfit, his own people, criminals, politicians, business people, he took on everyone. And he testified several times, and he was the last person to testify at the ad hoc committee. If you get a chance, people, just go back and just go to YouTube and look at ad hoc, AD, one word, HOC, second word, committee, South Africa. And also look at the Madlanga, MADLANGA, Madlanga Commission. And you are going to see some revelation. You're going to hear the revelation. You're going to see evidence produced. I wish Jamaica could have something like that, an independent bodies that would address these issues. And you know what's funny? Professor? The gentleman who broke this wide open in last July, remember we did the story on him last July. Yeah. He was testifying this week, and they accused him of being a CIA agent. And I was watching it, and he said, I know him very well. And he said, you know, and I didn't know this. He said, I've been to Jamaica, and I've been to Trinidad and Tobago. So what am I? Am I an agent of those places? And I just started laughing. That's a Jamaican get called up into this thing. And then I wrote to him after, and I said, no, you're not a Jamaican agent, but I wish you would join forces with me so that we can rid our country, our island paradise, I put, of these corrupt politicians and business people. I haven't heard from him, but he's under a lot of pressure. At some point in time, I hope to hear from him. So it's just an amazing thing. Jamaica just popped up out of nowhere, and I was just laughing to myself. So when we said thieves, liars, criminal, dunces, and con artists, a dear friend of ours wrote to me and said, hey, you have to be careful because, you know, we're in the suing season. And they're like, you know, they can't wait for you to say something like this. And I said to the person, listen, first of all, there's 63 people in Parliament, not to mention the 21 in the Senate. I said, I didn't name any names. Who the cap fit make them wear it? Not only that, I said in Parliament, not in the Jamaican Parliament. And so I'm drawing a parallel with the South African Parliament, where they have proven that they have thieves, liars, criminal, dunces, and con artists there. And what I'm doing is drawing a parallel to say, essentially, do we have these people in our Parliament? Of course we do. And we're going to talk about some of them today. And the ones that we talk about, people, you know us around here. We don't spread rumors, cast aspersions, proclaim innuendos. We don't do that around here. What do? We come with our receipts. And we said here, and we present it to you as students, as supporters, and say to you, what do you think? This is what we think. Now, keep this in mind. You are entitled to an opinion. There's no law against that. You're entitled, if you have certain things as evidence, you are entitled to your opinion. The problem now is when you come out and you say things knowing them to be false.
Correct.
Or if they are false. But if I come out and I say, the Jamaican Parliament, there's a criminal in the Jamaican Parliament, a convicted criminal. Guess what? Marissa Dalrymple Philibert was convicted. And remember, people, a complete defense to defamation, to slander. Defamation is a generic term, and then you have slander, spoken word, libel, written. A complete defense is truth. If you come out and if I come out and I say Marissa Dalrymple Philibert is a convicted criminal, she can sue me all she wants, but she's going to lose. because she is a convicted criminal. Truth is a complete defense to any allegation, any charge of defamation, whether written or spoken. So we'll talk about that. Registered voters and the suffering poor, who do you blame? And we can talk about it in the South African context. And the thing about it is that we've been playing videos from the South African Parliament quite some time now. Registered voters and the suffering poor, who do you blame? Whether South Africa or in Jamaica? Who do you blame? The blame lands squarely on you. Yes, you can extend it and say the politicians did this and that. But if you start from the foundation, remember, the foundation is voting, and you voted them in. You voted them in. Or better yet, you didn't vote and they got in. Because remember, only 37% of the registered voters voted. Imagine that. You took the time, you took the effort, and you registered. Registration is not something where you dream it up or you think it out. It's an affirmative act. It's something that you have to do. So you went out and you registered to vote. And almost 7 out of 10 decided on the day of reckoning that they were not going to vote. Why? Why? And so, which brings us to the third bullet point. Is 5 versus 58 the answer? And those of you who have been following us, you know that when we say 5 versus 58, we're talking about a third party. Now, when the third party, initially people say, it can't work. Well, Jamaica don't want a third party. Fine. Just hear us out. Just hear us out. We're not saying that it's going to work or not. We're saying it's open for discussion. Let's discuss the issue, because I don't think it has been discussed in quite the way that we are presenting it. And so when you listen to it, you make up your mind. But you see the connection between all 3 bullet points. We have thieves, liars, criminals, dunces, and con artists in parliaments all over the place, Jamaica as well. And so you say, okay, who do you blame? How did they get there? You, the registered voters. And you notice we didn't even say voters. We said registered voters. That includes the people who did not vote. Mm-hmm. We're very precise around here. All right? And then we say, okay, so now we're in this predicament. We're in this conundrum. What's the answer going forward? Not just the answer for today, but the answer for the next 4.5, 5 years. What's the answer? Is it 5 versus 58? Is it an awakening? Is it more suffering? What? So we have a modest proposal, and actually, it's not even a proposal. It's food for thought. It's a point of discussion. So we say, just listen to this, because right now, you know what, Professor? It brings me back to when President Donald Trump was running. I think it was his first election, first presidential, first election, because he'd never run for anything before that. And he said to a group of black people, he said, "Listen, what do you have to lose? What do you have to lose?" Him said, the other side, them go in and promise you this, promise you that, promise you this, promise you that, and look where you are right now. Are you better off? So what you have to lose? Give me a chance. Mm-hmm. That may very well be a compelling argument for a third party. That, look, 18 years PNP, 10 years JLP, and there are communities, if we're honest people, if we're honest with ourselves, look in the mirror and be honest. Put aside your partisanship. There are communities who, during the 18-year reign of the PNP and now the 10-year reign of the JLP, there are communities, if you're honest, you will agree with me, there are communities that have not benefited. There are communities that have benefited 18 years under the PNP. Yeah. And if you ask me about the last 10 years, because that's what I'm mostly concerned with, the last 10 years, I think the people who have benefited mostly the last 10 years, the politicians, their friends, their family members, their, business partners, they have benefited. Poor people have not benefited. And it's so shameful because when they came into power in 2016, they said all of the ills that befell you people, we are going to change it. And remember, they use one word, prosperity. Where is the prosperity? So that's why I don't have time to even talk about PNP, because PNP is not running government. PNP is not the majority party. And that's why, for those of you who say, oh, you focus on the JLP and you don't like JLP. And no, it's not that I don't like JLP. I just don't like what JLP is doing. I just don't like what they're doing. And if the PNP had won and they were doing the same thing, I would come out and say the same thing, because fair is fair, people. Fair is fair. And that's where I am. I love the idea that people in both parties, and I don't know the numbers, but I've heard, anecdotally I've heard, people in both parties, they really don't like me. And that's good, because what that tells me is that I'm on the right side of the fence, which is stand up on the fence. I walk down on top of the fence. That's where I am. Because you know why? I am doing this for our people. Not doing this for a political party. And anybody who thought that I was doing this for a political party, you have me pegged wrong. I'm doing this for people. And sometimes some people say, but you don't have to do this. No, I have to. Because every single time I come inside of this lovely studio that DJ Kevin Stew set up for me, every time, and I wish you could see it, people, really nice. Every time I come inside here, look at the equipment and the fancy lighting system and the smoke machine and the speed. I look at all of these things, but you know what inspires me the most? This behind me. That's my inspiration, because that's how I left it in 1977. And that's how it still is today. That's how it still is. So 5 versus 58, we'll discuss that. Let's move on. There it is. You have us. We have you. You love us. We love you. You don't like us? That's okay. Guest lecturer, David Crossburn. Now, he was here. Fascinating person. He was here on Wednesday night. And some of you just didn't want him to go away because he's just, the man is, I was going to say he's pregnant, but I better not use that word. The man is just a reservoir of information. And I'm talking about pertinent information, a reservoir. You people expressed your love for him, and I joined the group. And we're fortunate to have him today. We're going to continue the discussion. Then we're also going to have a dear friend of mine, Bill Tinglin, another fascinating person, author, businessman, entrepreneur, you name it. Anybody knows Bill Tinglin in the diaspora, particularly in the Northeast and particularly in the tri-state area, New York, Connecticut, Jersey, and also in Washington, D.C. Shouldn't leave that out. So we're going to have both of them on. My professor, floor is all yours, sir.
Well, of course, we take pride in our engagement norms. Things like being active listeners, having an open mind, using our time effectively, and in all that, being present. You can't be present and not have these other components to your presence, being active, right? So let's go ahead and be mindful of that. Comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. And in doing so, let's celebrate the contributions of others, those people that have commented You may not be in agreement with their comments, but as long as it is contributing to the broadcast and what is happening in the broadcast, it can be an opposing view that is contributing to the broadcast. Why? Because opposing views exist and not everyone on this platform has them. So when we have an opposing view, it gives us the opportunity to reason some things out. It gives us the opportunity to understand where the other person is coming from. Again, some of you might be familiar with my weekly broadcast. My motto is to have acceptance through enlightenment. You cannot have this acceptance unless you know where the other person is coming from. That is where the enlightenment comes in. And so this whole experience where you contribute from a creative standpoint and celebrate the contributions of others, this comes from that place where we get to understand where you're coming from. Not necessarily agreeing, but definitely understanding. And in the midst of all that, we get to enjoy the experience. When we enjoy something, there's more chance, there's more of a probability that we will remember it. So let's enjoy this experience. That way we can remember what we've learned before and in this moment moving forward from this experience. Provost.
Yes, Professor. Thank you. Thank you. Aha! But you said, June, you shot me with this one here. Mama Ratti. She used to tell me this all the time. Every thief is a liar, not a liar.
Yes, say it right.
And every liar is a thief, right? So, want to big up all of the mothers, all of the fathers, all of the community leaders, everybody who has that in talking to providing guidance to a youngster. Very, very popular saying in Jamaica. Every thief is a liar. So that means that if I show you somebody who lied and continues to lie in the Jamaican Parliament, does it mean that that person is a thief? Or does it have to follow that order that the person, I must show you that the person is a thief, and then you can then by extension say the person is a liar. Whichever way, it's wrong. It's wrong if you're a thief or a liar or liar. No difference. A thief is a thief, whether he steals oranges or diamonds or from the public coffers or from monies sent to help poor people or from monies borrowed to help poor people. A thief is a thief is a thief is a thief. Yes, Bob, fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And there's Bob again. Very familiar with this one as well. You will never find justice in a world where criminals make the law. And what did we say? The number one topic today, that we're looking at criminals in the parliament. South African Parliament, Jamaican Parliament, British Parliament, Canadian, wherever. There it is. We will return on April Fool's Day, April 1st, 2026. And we're not tricking you. We will be here on Wednesday, April 1st. All right. And there it is. Important dates, final exam, summer school. Note the dates, people. Note the dates. Today, we're going to go into some things that you should, every week, you must pay attention. Every week. But when we emphasize it, it's a clue that whatever it is that we're saying that day, it is going to be on the exam. Enough said. Delroy Henry, sir, do you want to travel alone?
I was just reading that myself.
Yeah, Delroy Henry. Yeah, those are places that as would I say, I might place them there. Mullines Road, Sundown, Crescent.
I lived in you
right.
and then. Where I
Yeah.
lived in you and then,
Mhm.
I walk out my gate, go across Stars Way, and I'm on Malines Road. I'm down at the end of you and then. I'm right there.
Yeah. Used to
And
walk down Mullines Road and go through Marvelly and then cut across the boulevard, go through Jerusalem, cross on the Walkfoot Bridge.
over the gully.
House. Yeah. My
Mm-hmm.
place, I used to go the other way and go around when we used to live on McKinley Crescent, go all the way around Mullines Road and then go down, take Seaward Drive, take Olympic
You
Way
are
and
drive,
go.
yeah.
My place them there. Oh boy. All right. You know what, folks? When you see me pause like this,
Wait,
pause
change the
because-
law. All right, hold on, Provost. Carl, let's examine this for a moment. Is it that the law is in need of change, or is it that it needs to be enforced, and we need authentic enforcers of the law? Because when you say, you know, yeah, Loxley, stop a Pete. When you say change the law, you want to change the law to what end, and change it to what? Are you saying that the laws that we currently have are inadequate? And if so, then why haven't we been addressing that before? But if the laws are not inadequate, then it is the enforcing of the law and the enforcers of the law that we need to address. And I am thinking that, so people in the chat are saying, no, change the law. But change the law, change which law, and change it to what? Because again, we haven't heard law enforcers and those who operate in the sphere of administrating the law, whether as law enforcers or those that argue the interpretation of the law as attorneys and judges. We haven't heard them any coming out saying, we need to change these laws because we're unable to prosecute under the guise or by the intrusion or explanation of some of these laws. The administration of these laws are preventing us from doing our jobs. We haven't heard law enforcers and those who work in the areas of law arguing anything to that effect. So, in my estimation, the law itself seems to be fine. Our problem seems to be the enforcing of the law and those who argue within the bounds, the scope of the law. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Provost, as an attorney, when you use the law in your case, it is open to interpretation and presentation of your prosecution or defense. Correct?
Correct.
And this is how it works. So again, I'm not so much in agreement of changing the law. I'm all for addressing law enforcement and the administration of the law. Provost.
All right, folks, we're going to start with a little video. And if you remember, just remember the topic or the topics for today, right? Thieves, liars, criminals, dunces, and con artists in Parliament. Now, this first video, I'm not quite sure if this minister can be classified as a dunce or a con artist, or maybe both, or maybe none of them. Maybe none of them. I'll leave it up to you. Here we go.
Favor freeze. People freeze. This is what happened.
No, I'm not you're.
What's going on with this video?
This video was playing until now. The sound, and then
That's
the
only this.
moving either.
It's not. Is it muted on the player?
No, it's playing.
Yeah, but is the volume muted on the player itself?
All right, let me take that down.
That's
Let
so
me see if
strange.
this one is playing. No, none of them is playing.
That is interesting.
No, they're not playing.
That is very interesting.
No, they're not playing. But they were playing because I have a copy of them right here. Let me see. Let's stay with those people. Yeah, here it's playing right here.
Yeah, but
Playing.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's not playing. No, I don't know why. See if you can help out with that. While
Try
Kevin is
try
doing that,
another. Try a different video altogether randomly to see if it will. Like our good friend Morgan.
it's not playing either. This one is not playing. The sound is not there. All right, you say you want Morgan. There it is. It's not the sound.
Is that channel muted on the mixer by chance? That number 3 channel?
No. The only one muted is number 1.
Oh, so you're using mic number 2?
It's fine. Yeah, the only channel mute 1. Mic number 1.
So you're using mic number 2 then?
Mic number 2 is not muted. No, everything is unmuted.
That's the mic you're using. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
In both senior people, him one have 2 mic.
Does this budget have a allocation for a renewal of the catastrophe bond?
Oh, okay, yeah. What's going on here?
There is an allocation in there.
And what is the target? All right, Minister. Does this budget have a allocation for a renewal
it's not
of
muted.
the catastrophe?
All right, folks. Sorry about that. It's working. Oh, I see how we did it. Right.
Oh, okay.
Confession is good for the soul. All right, we won't say anything more. All right, we don't browbeat people around here. But anyway, like I said, people, I want you to tell me what do you think. I'm going to show you the evidence, and I want you to tell me if you think that this person is. Hold on a second. Let me just get back my title. It is. I don't think this person. What we're looking at to see if this person is a dunce or a con artist. Person might be a dunce or not a con artist. Person might be a con artist, not a dunce. Person might be both. Person might be neither. You be the judge. There we go.
All right, Minister. Does this budget have a allocation for a renewal of the catastrophe bond?
Yes, there is an allocation in there.
And what is the targeted coverage for that catastrophe bond?
We cannot say at this moment as you...
I need to stop it right there. The question is, does this budget have an allocation for a catastrophe bond? The cat bond everybody's talking about. That's the first question. The second question is, what's the coverage? I'll play it again so you can listen and decide.
All right, Minister. Does this budget have a allocation for a renewal of the catastrophe bond?
Yes, there is an allocation in there.
And what is the targeted coverage for that catastrophe bond?
We cannot say at this moment as you would know, this would be a commercial transaction, that we will use our brokers to help us and our international partners to help us to place. Obviously, we want to continue our framework for natural disaster risk financing, and we are moving aggressively to ensure that we replenish and get new instruments as well to deal with emerging disasters.
Well, Minister, I didn't ask for the achieved. I said, what's the targeted? What is the targeted coverage?
And I am saying to you, we cannot tell you the amount.
Okay.
Minister.
We can't tell you the amount. It's a commercial transaction.
Minister,
it's a negotiated
Minister,
transaction.
he probably just needed an estimated rate that was applied.
No, it's not the rate I'm asking.
No,
it's
he's
the
asking
coverage.
about
What
the
is the
amount.
targeted?
Full
But I'll
coverage,
move on.
dollar
I'll
value
move on.
coverage you're asking the
Yes,
Minister?
I was saying.
Oh, I
yes.
thought you just wanted to know what was the percentage used for her estimated cost calculation. So, Minister, perfect response. Next.
On that note, I will just thank the Minister and thank the Chair. Thank you.
Oh, you're finished? Oh, good. Good intervention. So in respect of Member Crawford, we will come back in.
All right, I'm gonna move this before we get into the discussion. Oh, somebody threw it on. Somebody threw it on. All right, fine. It just take up space though. If you can move that, whoever put that up there, Damian Favor. Let me move this one that I put up there. All right. The question was, is there an allocation in the budget for the renewal of a cat bond? Renewal of a cat bond. Second question, what's the coverage? And she went around the primrose bush, and she came around and she went north and south and east and west. And then the speaker, my goodness gracious, speaker started about percentage and calculation. That what the questions had nothing to do with what the speaker said.
The speaker also said, Donovan,
you can't
was my ears deceiving me?
You can't call member first name. You cannot.
So first of all, none of the questions that were asked, the two questions, were answered.
No.
And second of all, the speaker getting involved in a question directed at the minister, of who is representing a ministry that the speaker has nothing to do with.
Correct.
Is jumping in to explain what the minister herself cannot explain.
That's correct.
Okay, this is how we operate.
That's correct. Now, people remember the two questions. You have to pay attention when you come around here on a Saturday. Please, 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 please. You took the time to come here. Give us your attention. Undivided. Two questions. Is there an allocation in the budget for a renewal of the cat bond? And the second one, what's the coverage? And neither the minister nor the speaker could advance an answer to any of the two questions. The speaker tried to intervene to save the minister. If you look, you see she wink, 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 and say, oh, no more question. I need to show you this. Just look when she start wink like she, essentially, you know it go when we wink in a Jamaica, like I say, yeah. Hurry up, now ask some more question, because we can't answer people in myself. Hold on, I didn't move it yet. Oh yeah, we'll move it already. But if OT, if you can put it back, or was it you who put it up, Kev? Or OT?
No, you had put it up.
No. Somebody put it up. Somebody put it up. But in any event, we don't want to stray from the point. The two questions weren't asked. No, people, do you remember how the cat bond? Because there's only one cat bond, you know. They have the other things with them, the resilience, this and that and that. There's only, when it's a cat bond, there's only one instrument that you're talking about. You remember how that came about? That came about because Minister Nigel Clark decided that he was going to put this bond out there. It was financed by some out of Hong Kong. By the way, it's not the first type of cat bond. They had them before, but he's the one who spearheaded this one, the 150 million one, right? That's the one that Damien's talking about. The one that they just received 150 million and they took it and gave it to JPS. That's the bond they're talking about. And she's like, the speaker, I don't know if they're trying to distract us or they just don't know the answer. But look at this. By the way, what's it name? Minister Dana Morris Dixon, who talk about misinformation, disinformation, and damn lies and receipts. Here's a receipt for you.
That's the one. That's the one.
I know all of you watching. Here's a receipt. See that? World Bank catastrophe bond renews. Renews. You know what renew mean? Meaning they have it already and then you just extend it. Renews 150 million hurricane coverage. So what's the coverage? 150 million. By the way, this bond came out of the Ministry of Finance. The person who was asked the question a while ago was the Minister of Finance. Person couldn't answer. The coverage is $150 million. And there are some things here I have to show you. Here it is right here. 150 million hurricane coverage. See it right there, sir? There it is. Catastrophic World Bank. No, the World Bank didn't issue it. The World Bank just kind of facilitated it because the World Bank is not involved with the payment. They collect from the investors and they collect from Jamaica. And so when it's time to make the payment, they pay. But it's an investment. World Bank, they don't have any investment in this. They just facilitated it. Now, look at this, my people. In April 2024, the World Bank issued a cat bond that provides the government of Jamaica with 150 million financial protection for 4 seasons. 4. So right away, we have the answer to the 2 questions in this one paragraph. Coverage, $150 million. For how long? 4 years from 2023. Because the one expired in 2023. There it is right there. The cat bond renews that covers. Remember I told you before that they had a cat bond, and the cat bond before was financed primarily by the US, I think Germany and Japan, I believe. And they put up most of the money. Jamaica
There are
put up
4 entities. There are 4 countries that have financed it.
Correct. And Jamaica, and now Jamaica is on its own. So they pay about $8 million a year for this coverage, right? Look at this. There it is right here. In March 2021, the World Bank issued a donor-funded cat bond that provided Jamaica with it was $185 million at the time. That was when they had donors. That's what the professor just mentioned, when they had 3 or 4 countries that put up most of the money. It was 185. And then when that expired, they said to Jamaica, you're on your own now. Mm-hmm. Jamaica couldn't afford 185. Jamaica said, we'll take 150 and we'll pay, I think it's $8 million a year. And there it is. There it is right there. It's for 4 years. There it is. The World Bank placed the 150 with 15 investors globally. There it is right there. There it is. 15 investors come up with that. And then they talk about Melissa said that Jamaica received the funds on December 1st and the bond was fully redeemed. Right? Here is the risk period, 3.67, which means that this thing is going to run through 2027. It's going to run through 2027. So when they ask her, this should be at her fingertips because this is something that recently happened. They just paid out the 150. Melissa was last October 28th. So this should be at uppermost in her mind that she's gonna get a question about this. So when they ask her, what's the allocation to renew the cat bond? She should say the cat bond is there's a contract, a 3-year contract, and every year we pay $8 million. That's answer to question number 1. Question number 2, how much? It's $150 million per year. So when they start out, well, it's this and it's that and that, poppycock.
It's covering this and it's covering, and this is what it has done.
Nonsense. Nonsense. So I leave it up to you, my students, my dear people. You decide who this lady is, because this is something that came out of her ministry. Her ministry. And by the way, while we're talking about budget, we won't be doing the Cuban program today, but think about this. Think about this. The Jamaican government is saying that they didn't know that they were paying the Cuban government. They said that. As ridiculous as it sounds, the Jamaican government put out a press release where they said, we just discovered, that's the word they used, that we're paying the Cuban government. Budget people, budget. I sent an ATI and I said to them, listen, the technical assistance program, what was the budget for the Cuban technical assistance? Because it's in the budget. So how could it be in the budget and you come to Parliament with a budget every year and you not know that you're paying the Cuban government for the technical assistance that the Cuban doctors were providing? And it's not just doctors. They had teachers, and they also had agriculture farmers. Yeah, they had them. How could you not know that you're paying these people? How could you not know? How could you not know that you have to pay $8 million a year for the catastrophe bond, and that the coverage is $150 million a year, and that the coverage runs through, the contract runs through 2027? It's going to expire in 2027. How could you not know this? And that information is coming out of your ministry.
I wasn't there when the information was put together. How are we going to know?
I tell you, Kevin, Professor, it is crazy. Now, I want to show you something else. Oh, is this? Oh, let me see if this one will work.
Does this budget have a allocation for a renewal of the catastrophe bond?
Allocation for renewal?
Yes, there is an allocation in there.
And what is the targeted coverage for that catastrophe bond?
We cannot say at this moment. As you would know, this would be a commercial transaction.
Nonsense. But I don't want to waste time. Let me just show you how the speaker kind of like looked and say, hey, this minister doesn't know what she's doing, so let's just move on. Look at it.
Calculation. So, Minister, perfect response. Next.
Look.
On that note, I will just thank the minister.
The eyebrows. Yes, and the wing. Yes.
Oh, you're finished.
Is there? So, and we know that, guys, Jamaicans, right? When you do like this and you like, I said, no, I idiot this, just move on. Nobody ask some more questions because you can't.
Yeah, make a go.
All right. Let me move to another. Quickly, people, let me show you something. Some of you have asked, and rightly so, what's going on with Haiti? What's going on over there? We sent people, we had these grand announcements, we had meetings, and if you recall, my favorite minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, when they had the imbroglio, when they had this near war down in between Venezuela and Guyana regarding the oil discovery, the land with all the oil. Mm-hmm. Remember, everybody went. Jamaica, who's supposed to be a central player in CARICOM, did not go. did not go. It was held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I believe. And when she was asked, she said, no, we are busy doing stuff with Haiti. We're busy helping out. We're going to send people. And if you remember, people were training. I think the Canadians or the Americans, they were training soldiers, law enforcement personnel to go to Haiti. And they said they were going to deal with the gang activity, right? And then you remember what happened? The U.S. government said, we're not putting boots on the ground. You guys go and we will finance the effort. Well, guess what? That wasn't under a Donald Trump administration. I don't believe it was. And Donald Trump came in, President Donald Trump came in and said, no. And they started cutting back. And if you remember, they were going to send Kenyan soldiers, and then the Kenyan parliament, there was an argument that it was unconstitutional to send them to Haiti, and it held up the deployment for quite some time. Eventually, the Kenyans ended up in Haiti, but Jamaica got there first. And some of you are saying, hey, yeah, you're right, Jeffrey Ward, they said they were going to bust up gangs. And some of you have been asking me, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Well, here's what's going on. Hear that? Look at that. Kenyan troops start Haiti withdraw as gang suppression force deployment nears. Kenya has the most personnel on the ground addressing this issue. And now they're leaving. And this article is dated March 20th, yesterday. And some of you look at this headline and you say, well, what about Jamaica? All right. Kevin, where you there? We could big this up for them, please. Kevin gone. Okay. It says, after 21 months of struggling, oh, Kevin not gone away. Kevin is here. Okay. Let me go back. There it is. After 21 months of struggling to help Haiti's security forces rein in armed gangs, the international security mission led by Kenya is beginning to draw down, signaling the troubled Caribbean nation's transition to a new phase of international intervention. We know that there's still a ton of issues in Haiti. So, but you're asking, what about Jamaica? All right. A group of 215 Kenyan police officers who formed the second contingent of the multinational security support mission arrived in Nairobi earlier this week. 215 left Haiti. Kenya's Ministry of Interior confirmed in a statement. Here is the key. See it right there? Last Friday, a smaller contingent of troops from the Bahamas and Jamaica that made up the Caribbean component also departed Port-au-Prince. So I asked the question, mission accomplished or money short? Sergeant Magic, you're onto something. Mercenaries, contractors. When you're a mercenary, if you don't get paid, you don't fight. But if you're doing it for the sake of the region, the community, and your people, to ensure a safe, stable, secure Haiti, which is going to be to inure to the betterment of the betterment and benefit of the region. And why would you just pack up and leave? There it is. Last Friday, a smaller contingent of troops from the Bahamas, and because the Kenyans by far they make up the majority of the force. There, they said they departed last Friday. This came out yesterday, so they departed a week ago. Have you heard anything in the news about this? And look, it's coming from the Miami Herald. This is the same newspaper that called Jamaica a mini superpower. And they latched onto it. The government latched onto it and said, oh, yeah. You know, the economy is great. Crime is going down. People are, people are working, housing up, education, blah, 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 blah. How come we haven't heard anything about this from the Jamaican government? How many of you have heard about this? There it is. Last Friday. Let's move that. We have more things to do. All right. Now, what we're going to do now is this. We're going to touch on something here concerning Kevin, 231. I'm going to play this one, Kevin. This one here. No, not that one. There's Juliet. This one, and let's see if we can find the other one. Right? Let me see which one is this.
Because this revenue is all the way in the fourth quarter, and for the very first time in our history, we're able to read revenue measures that give us some detailed understanding of the basis forming the revenue estimates. Minister, we have never had this before in our history. So let's move on from that question and move to the next one. Your bank went off? Lord. Press it back on for me, please, Member Brown. How come? No, they don't have to. Something is wrong, Member Brown. It's not picking.
And remove that. You understand what's going on there, folks? There's a problem with the mic system. You should say, oh Lord, something is wrong with the mic system. Let me move this. I think you put this up, Kevin, or somebody that OT put it up. Yeah, because it says I can't move it. And I hope it's not a double I'm seeing here. Hold on.
Which one is that? Yeah, that would be OT that I had put up on that side.
Yeah, there's another one, the 12240. You see, you said that one is here, Kevin, right? I don't see it. The 12240 with the mic issue again.
Yeah, it's in the folder for today.
All right, let me see. 12240. Stay with me, people. We have so many things. I don't see it up here. 12240, 12240. Nope. If you can put it up for me, I don't see it here. 12240.
I have to try to retrieve it.
Yeah. So while Kevin is looking for that, the video you just saw, there's a problem in the house with the microphone system. And who's the speaker of the house? None other than Speaker Juliet Holness. She's recognizing that there's a problem. We're going to show you some more problems. But this time, she's not the speaker. She's on a committee, an oversight committee, the PAAC. And you're going to hear how she takes Speaker Bunting to task about the microphone system. She have a microphone system in them. She has a microphone problem in the house where she's the speaker. Instead of fixing that problem, she's gonna come now and give this man a hard time about his microphone. It just shows you the level of hypocrisy when they should be focused on doing the business of the Jamaican people. And then I'm gonna segue from that. I'm gonna move from that and show you something, and it's gonna be a civic lesson. You need this. You need this.
No, I'm gonna put it up on my side.
Yeah, all right, put it up, please. And then we have the last one, and then what I'll do is I'll just move it to. There's a document here that I have to find. While you're putting it up on your side, let me look for this.
There it is. So you want to play that now?
Yeah, you can go ahead and play it, please.
No, it's there. It's up.
Oh, sorry, mic issue. Okay.
To throw it up.
based on your operations now?
Yeah, I'm having trouble. I don't know if there's too many mics on.
It's 45,640,000 per month.
Just Mr. Williams, there was a printed or a sheet circulated.
No, I saw that.
That's where the 45 million is coming from. I'm just telling you.
That was the amount captured in the purchase.
No,
or that's what you estimate to be currently.
As I understand, it's the amount that was actually spent, even though it was covered by the vendors.
The chairman is.
All right. So there he's having a problem, right? Now, let me show you this one here. Move yours, Kevin. Oh, this one is not playing either.
It's not playing when you add it to the studio?
This one, yeah, it's right there. You see it on the screen, it's not playing.
Oh.
Producers, OT, Jones. Hell, can you bring this up? It's not playing like the... Yeah, it's not playing.
Yeah, that one is corrupted. Which one? So OT or Joan, if you just go ahead and just drop it in the chat, in our chat, and then I'll just pull it down. Which one of them was that? Will?
231 to the end.
That one was okay. We had downloaded that one before. I'll see if I can pull it on my side.
Yeah. It looks like we're having problems from my side playing them. Stay with us, folks. All right, while you do that, let me show you something. I have to show you something from one of our distinguished guests on Easy as Sunday with the Rebel. None other than Mr. Gussie Clark, right? He left us this quote. Here it is. When you know you cannot win, you should be the only one to decide how much more you are going to lose. And that's a business principle that he has utilized much to his success over the years. He said, look, if I realize that, it's not working out with a particular artist, then I have to decide if I'm throwing money at a particular artist and I'm not getting a return for, any reason. The artist we have creative differences, or we just can't market this thing properly, or people just not, you fall in love with the artist, but people don't. He said, at that point, you have to decide. When it seems like you're not going to win, and you're just throwing money, good money after bad, said you should be the only one to decide how much more you're going to lose. And I say this in reference to the Jamaican people. When you look at the situation right now, you have to make a determination. Are we winning or are we losing? And if we're losing, what are we going to do about it? That what are we going to do about it part is the second part of Mr. Clark's quote. You should be the only one to decide how much more you're going to lose. Shouldn't be the politicians deciding how much more they are going to gain. Should be you decide how much more you're going to lose. And we say this without any reference to, as I said, bad mind or anything like that. We're saying this to galvanize, to energize our people, to get out and say something. Do something that's legal. We're asking you. You should be the one to decide how much more you're going to lose. You're losing right now. And the government and its cronies and family members and supporters and others, they're the ones deciding for you how much you're going to lose. You need to take a stand on your own behalf. You have it up, Kev?
231 to the end, yeah.
Okay, all right. So remember now, folks, remember now, mic issue 122. This one on 122. Oh, we played that one already. So what we did was we played one issue with speaker wholeness, having problems with her microphone system. And she's telling the man, turn it off, turn it on, this and that. Then she went to the PAAC meeting, of which she's a member. She's not the chair. And there is a problem there where the chairman, he acknowledged that there's a problem there. And so now we're going to play you this. No, that's still not working. Okay, let me remove that.
That's not the one that I just put up.
Oh, hold on, here's another one.
I'm now moving to item 8. Any other business? Could you press your request? Go ahead.
So you made a comment during the session that you were comfortable with my absence because your committee flowed quite nicely. Now, I would like to reiterate that the Parliament purchased a mic system for a purpose to ensure.
Before she get into her floor speech, before that, they had an argument about the microphone because she and the deputy chairman of the deputy speaker of the House started essentially berating the chairman, Mr. Bunting. Started telling him that he must turn off this and he must do this and he must do that. And that's when he said to her, look, this meeting was flowing quite nicely enough for the times that you weren't here. And now that you're here, we're having problems. So now she's going to take him to task. But the person that I'm most impressed with throughout all of this is the young lady sitting next to Mr. Bunting. I watched this thing live and I've watched it on replay. And her demeanor, she's very stoic. She appears to be measured, and her face, her body language doesn't betray what she's thinking because it's the same look right through. I think this lady has a bright future in the Parliament. I don't know if she plays poker because people say you have a poker face. I don't play poker.
And at the poker table, yes.
Yeah?
Bright future in Parliament and at the poker table.
And at the poker table, she's, if you watch this whole thing, even when they're insulting her chairman, she's just like absorbing the whole thing. And so sometimes people, that's what I do. I don't focus on what everybody else is focused on. I look to the periphery to see what else is going on. And I truly like this young lady's demeanor. Here we go.
Sure that persons could be recognized in the order in which they chose to turn their mics on. If we have individuals who are required to present, then it would mean that they would have to keep their mic on, or we would have to use the per mic, as you have seen us do. That is a system established by the Parliament, not me as Speaker, or a member of committee, or as chair. So for you to indicate that this is how you are doing it, as chair, I do have an issue because I observed for my first 2 meetings, I remember asking a question and being rushed, and other members were allowed to go on and on and on and on with their questions.
This tells you that she carry belly for him. Because
feelings, yes.
yes, she started out talking about the microphone system, and then all of a sudden now it's like, you know, you're unfair because I was here and I asked a question and you rushed me, and then people came on and they were talking. Completely different issue from the microphone. So she carry belly for him. And for those of you who are not Jamaican, let's say you carry belly for him, meaning that you harbor resentment. You have something in your conscience, in your heart, your soul for this person. And so now she's freeing herself of that burden she's been carrying around. You know, that weight she's been carrying around. So here we go.
I don't find your fair. And while as speaker in the sittings, there is a duty and a mechanism by which the speaker operates, there is equally a different standard set as it relates to committees and what happens at committees. Now, for some members who come here and are disrespectful and rude because they have not spent the time to learn before they start to make their commentary, I would encourage them when the Parliament is having the trainings to come to the training so that they don't waste time. There are those of us that have spent the time sitting quietly. I remember my first term apart and listened in committees and learned instead of argue with others. All right? And so some fast learners continue to be stupid and use ChatGPT for their questions. Now, Chair, that is a concern for me and for other members in respect of how you recognize persons and how you allow persons the latitude in speaking. As Speaker in the House, at the end of the day, it is usually the opposition who comments, who asks questions, and they are allowed to go on and on and on. Some may not appreciate that it is only under this dispensation that this speaker allows persons beyond 4 to be asking questions. So many persons are allowed, and they go until they've reached the last. Last term, it wasn't the case. Persons would be cut off after a while. Standing orders will actually address that. As it relates to the chairman's prerogative of asking so many questions at the start of the session, I think that's also a challenge. The chair is supposed to moderate the committee, not be the person who takes over at committees. And so I believe it would be more appropriate, Chair, to have members ask questions, and where you see gaps, where you think you now need to add, as you have quite nicely and rightfully done in many of the sessions, you do so. But at the beginning of the meeting, for the chair to ask most of the questions, I'm not quite getting it. The committee should give the opportunity to members to be able to come forward with their questions, and the chair moderate and interject when necessary. Make sure to note them. Last but not least is the ambit of the PAAC. I just wanted to be very clear in understanding now that we're in budget.
All right. So now she has berated him in front of the entire committee, and by extension the world, because Jamaicans and others, they've watched this live or delayed. Now that she's done that, telling him, basically scolding him, telling him that you don't know what you're doing, because one is, you know, you don't know how to use a mic system. Meanwhile, she had a problem with the mic system when, you know, in the house. And the second thing now, she's going to tell him, you're unfair, you're biased. Because when I want to ask questions, you rush me. And now she's going to tell him, the chair, of the purpose, the mandate, the goal, the objective of the PAAC. That's the committee right there. She's a member of that committee. And she's going to tell him now, in no uncertain terms, that she basically doesn't think he knows what the purpose of the committee is. I want you to listen carefully, because she's completely wrong. She's completely wrong. And I'm going to show you, and for those of you who watch the program on Wednesday, I'm going to show you in the in the standing orders that all of them talking, they're wrong. And who says that? The standing orders. They don't read. They don't. Some of them are trying to read, no. Some of them are trying to read, no. But listen to this. This is very, very, it's a sad episode. But it's something that hopefully we will learn from. And hopefully she will learn from it.
Provost,
when is
1
our
second.
next meeting?
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
One second. The standing orders that she's making reference to, they apply to this committee meeting?
Yes.
Oh, just checking.
Yeah.
So no, she's familiar with the standing orders. No.
She's unfamiliar. She's pretending to be familiar with it, but I'm going to show. She's going to be shown up. They're going to show her up that she doesn't know what she's talking about, because essentially what she's saying, and let me just preempt this. She's going to say that the Spark program, which is a roadworks program, that it comes under a different ministry, and she's saying the PAAC doesn't have the remit to examine what's going on with that program, and they're going to educate her and say, no, it doesn't matter what the program is, as long as there is government expenditure, this committee can look to see what's going on, and they're going to educate her. Watch this.
would we be going the route of doing an analysis based on actual appropriations, what is spent so far? Or are we going to be meeting to discuss estimates? And I ask this based on some of even the questions we had for today's session, because we would have just gone through an extensive budget process where this very same committee would have, along with standing finance, analyzed the budget and the budget numbers going forward. Now, normally, immediately or during budget, we would not have been having this session normally. And immediately after you have just accepted a budget, we wouldn't have been doing this session. We would have allowed the ministries, agencies, and department of government an opportunity to execute in terms of their spend and policy before we come back to interrogating the appropriations in respect of the spend. So I wanted to have an appreciation from you, Chair, what would be the arrangement going forward in the short term.
The two major topics that we determined to examine, this rural school bus program and the Spark program, I think it's called, the Spark program. These are multi-year programs. They're straddled last fiscal year, and they continue in the coming fiscal year, which we technically haven't started yet. So I think it is quite appropriate for us to examine them. There's no requirement in the standing orders that when the budget debate is going on that the committee doesn't meet. And but I am happy if you want us to. I'm open. Let me say, if we want us to put back our next sitting, which is due for the 25th, if we want to skip that one and go into April to allow the budget debate, since we're all quite intensely occupied during this period, and it would also give the clerk who is new, the committee clerk who is new, a little time to get up to speed. I have no objection to that.
Spark, as you have identified, I do still have a concern in that again, PAAC's mandate is reviewing appropriations. The monies that were budgeted should be spent by the different ministries, agencies, and departments, and how it was. Let me tell you why I'm identifying Spark as a particular one. The committee that handles infrastructure, get the name of it.
Infrastructure Committee.
The Infrastructure Committee, all right? Which is the committee that should take up exclusively road infrastructure, bridge infrastructure. That is what that committee is for.
I think you're interpreting the mandate too narrowly. And Mr. Newell has, on more than one occasion in discussions with Mr. Clark as chairman of the Infrastructure Committee, pointed out that this committee is not limited to examining appropriations. It goes,
this
the
one?
PAAC
Yeah. It says it
is not limited. Mr. Newell.
You hear what she say? Who? This one? She just mouthing words.
She not sure which one she's sitting in.
Right. And he said the PAC, they have the mandate to discuss anything. But listen, people, listen how she's going to be corrected diplomatically.
Perhaps you could just
two things, Chair, if I generally
I'm going to just invite you, since I see you have the standing orders in front of you.
Right.
To
It is
just
a book
read the
that I've been
relevant
trying
section.
to learn and build some expertise on.
Well.
So it says the 73.
By the way, I want to big up Mr. Newell because apparently he watches the program because we've been sounding the alarm. We've been ringing I don't want to say bell because people might, it have to do with a party. But we've been saying it constantly that the parliamentarians, they need, at the minimum, they need to familiarize themselves with the standing orders. That's the roadmap to success in parliament. At least that's the basic roadmap. That document speaks to everyday operation within the parliament. And if you don't know that, then you might as well not be there. Because people are going to swing and sway you. But when you know it, they can't do it. And that's effective representation of your people, because you can use as standing orders and do a lot of things. They're not doing it. But I big up Mr. Newell. He's reading. But there are some things that he hasn't read yet, and I'll show you later on.
3A says the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee shall have the duty of, and it seems A and B are the only two that it has traditionally, or it is seen to do, examining budgetary expenditure of government agencies and other public bodies to ensure that expenditure is done in accordance with parliamentary approval, monitoring expenditure as it occurs, and keeping the parliament informed of how the budget is being implemented. So those are A and B. But C says inquiring into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to efficiency and making recommendations to the government for the improvement of public administration. I think C gives a
very broad mandate
to look into the administration of.
Even B would provide for examination of these programs that straddle one year to another. We're not like the PAC. We don't have to wait for the appropriations to be spent and then they come and do a report.
Don't have to explain that to me at all. Administration.
Your sister, you don't have to explain that to me at all. She needs explanation because she doesn't even know about the committee she's sitting on. So now they're talking about the PAC, a different committee. Of course, they have to explain it to you, lady. Madam Speaker.
When you are reviewing the administration of government, what is it that you take that review to mean?
Well, I believe it looks at just how different government programs are managed. And if you read the entire thing, it speaks to hindrances to efficiency, for example. And so to take today, because you mentioned the JUTC matter, I think it is totally appropriate for this committee to examine whether one way of implementing versus another.
JTC, the one that I highlighted was Spark for a particular reason.
Right.
Because there's a committee that's supposed to do exactly that, specific for roads.
But Mrs. Honest, when we look, for example, at the Hurricane Melissa recovery, elements of that straddled many different sessional select committees of this parliament. And it's the nature of the PAAC that there will be some overlap at the margins. While we may not be the principal committee to examine infrastructure, the principal committee to examine education. But in the course of our work, we will overlap the work of those committees at the margins. So
I don't think we can say a program is off limits to the PAAC.
Yeah, I am
based on how this is structured.
The general feeling of the members, as we have discussed what subjects to go on, they have tended to interpret the standing orders as it relates to the mandate of this committee more broadly than narrowly.
Just one more thing though, Chair, as it relates to the because one of the things I've been trying to understand is just who sets the rules for committees. And as I've said the last meeting, and I'll say again, I think whoever occupies the chair, there should be a level of respect for the chair and that role, just the fact that the role is being occupied. I haven't found much about the microphone system in the standing orders, but what I've found, it speaks the language of catching the eye of the chair or of the speaker. We can decide if the microphone is what is to be used, but Rule 4.6 says the Speaker in the House and the Chairman in committees shall have power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in these standing orders. So if the standing order doesn't speak to a microphone system and there's a system by which you seek recognition in another way, it is entirely appropriate and allowed based on the standing orders.
Well, yeah, the standing orders allow you to find another way so you can raise your hand. If you recall, when you entered Parliament for the first month, I found some persons behaving as if they were children. Literally, the system was, as some believe there is bias, to have the clerk identify individuals. So I didn't do so as speaker, which would be the same in the chair. Yeah. Instead of me writing down who is first, second, third, and sometimes missing the individual, I'd pass that responsibility to the clerk and deputy clerk to say, you know, peruse the parliament, see what's happening, and you identify the sequence. It didn't work because of members. So the standing orders does not specify that you must use a microphone system. But the microphone system, which allows persons to be identified one after the other in the sequence in which they touch the mic, was one that made it so that there is no human intervention in who is first, who is second, who is third. So I take no issue if the committee decides that you're going to hold up your hand, and if that is what the chair and the committee, not just the chair,
well, it speaks to, no man, it's in the same, so I deliberately, after I read this, I never took any part in the discussion about whether you wanted hands to be raised or mics to be turned on, as long as I would get an opportunity to participate. So in the same regard, I think the same respect should be given to chair of committee to make a decision in terms of, because it's a simple decision. It's in my mind, it shouldn't detain a lot of.
Chairman's prerogative is such that I'm going to ask the questions at the beginning.
Well, there are ways.
I mean, I don't think we're going to find agreement on this. I think you've read what the standing orders say. My view as chairman is that the mic system does not replace the chairman. The chairman presides over the committee. The mic system is here to serve the committee, not the committee to serve the mic system. So
how you deal with your bias,
we've been going on fine up to now, and you know,
you deal with your bias.
I really, you know, just allow me to finish. Just allow me to finish. I have tried to be impartial in my conduct of this committee, and the fact that from time to time members on both sides are maybe upset with me suggests to me that I am achieving impartiality, right? And you know, that is something I would commend to you, Mrs. Wanis, when you're presiding in the chair in the House. But members, I mean, it's almost 1 o'clock. I think the staff would like to have lunch. I don't think we need to prolong this anymore. Further, you had a suggestion, Mr. Williams? Could you press your mind?
It was working fine, and I don't agree with that. I mean, I don't want to get into your business, but a member was dislodged.
Okay. Here's the conversation, right? It's the PAAC, not the PAC. They're two different committees. And this one is the PAAC. And they've explained to her, because she's saying, no. If something has to do with a particular ministry, then there's a particular committee that will look at that. But the PAAC, which she doesn't understand, they have unfettered they have an unfettered obligation to look at government spending. It doesn't matter where the money was spent. They can call people in, and they have that, right? Now, here is something that I'm going to show you a few things. People, get ready now. The students, get ready. Get your pen and thing ready. We're now going into the standing orders, right? That's the governing book for the day-to-day administration of the parliament. Remember, she was saying, well, you know, the chairman, Bunting, he said that, yeah, if somebody catches your eye, and she's like, well, no, they put a mic system in for a particular reason, because if you once you press a button on the mic, then it lists the sequence of who called in first, or who's trying to speak in a particular order. It will list that for the speaker. But then they're having problems with it. She herself was having problems. We played that. She was having problems. And now they're having problems here. Listen to what they should do. And it's so sad because they've gotten away from the rules and they've established some conventions, and the conventions they're in contravention of the rules. And somebody needs to read the rules and bring people back into conformity with the rules. Now, how do you speak in Parliament? When you want to say something in Parliament or in a committee, how do you do it? Do you raise your hand? Do you click on the mic? Do you get up, stand? Do you walk out and walk back in? How do you do it? Don't answer. Here's the answer. It's right here. It's a member desiring to speak shall do what? Rise. Nobody's rising. Rise. You must stand in order to be recognized. And it says, you shall rise in your place, and if called upon, shall address his observations to the speaker. They're talking about the House. Or chairman. They're talking about a committee. No member shall speak unless called upon by the speaker or chairman. And if you recall, those of you who watched the program on Wednesday, Mrs. Holness, a member of the committee, she started speaking without being recognized, and Mr. Bunting allowed her to get away with it. He should have shut her down right away and said, no, not in my committee, you don't do that. And he says, I refer you to Rule 32, subsection 1 of the standing orders. You don't speak until you're spoken to. Until when I say you can speak, you speak. That's number one. Number two, it says, if two or more members rise at the same time, the speaker or chairman shall call upon the member who first catches his eye. That's what Mr. Newell was referring to, saying that, how do you recognize people in Parliament when they want to speak? Is whoever catches your eye. No, that's subjective, because maybe if a speaker or a chairman doesn't want to call on you, him could just not look in your way and just look over this side and just call people over this side. So what they did was they come up with this microphone system. So now you have a battle as to how do you recognize people in Parliament? Do you do it based on a microphone system that lists the sequence in which people should speak based on when they press that button on their microphone? Or do you do it based on who catches your eye? And Mrs. Holness is of the opinion that you use the microphone system. Mr. Bunting, he's trying to use the microphone system, but he's having issues. No, they agree. They said, look, the standing orders, they don't mention anything about a microphone system. Now let's talk about something that comes up that is not mentioned in the standing orders. What do you do like a microphone system? What do you do? Here's what you do. Here it is right there. You see, matters not provided by for standing orders. Now, all of you out there, and Kojo, I know if you're watching, the constitutional expert, all of you who have an interest in the Constitution and where we're going or where we're not going, should we be a republic or not? You need to pay attention to this. This is 88, Section 88.
Well, before you get too deep into this, Provost, just as a reminder, our guest is here.
Okay, let me just quickly get out of this. Right. It says, in any matter not hearing provided for, meaning that if the standing orders, they don't mention it. It said, resort, meaning you have to go and look at the usage and practice of the Commons House of Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So you see where you have to do, people? If the standing orders in Jamaica doesn't provide for it, before you can even change it, that's what you have to do. You have to go to the House of Parliament in the Great Britain and see what they do. Now, I went and I Googled it and said, what do they do to recognize people in England? And it comes back to whoever catches your eye. So Mr. Bunting could sit there all day and say, I don't care about a microphone system. Whoever catches my eye, that's the person I'm going to, first, in that order, those are the people I'm going to recognize in the order that they catch my eye. But think about it constitutionally. And when we talk about being independent and being a sovereign nation, look at this. If your standing orders for your parliament, if they don't discuss a certain matter, what do? You have to go to England and see what they do, and then you follow them. Do you believe this? There it is right there. There it is right there. And here's another one. In case of doubt, the standing orders of this house shall be number 2, shall be interpreted in the light of the relevant usage and practice of the House of Commons. This is crazy, people. This is crazy. No, we have our guests here, but before we bring our guests, I want to show you 2 videos. Continue to pay close attention. Remember, we talk about dunces in the parliament, and we just saw the speaker. She may not be a dunce, but she exhibited dunceness. Here's another example of her exhibiting dunceness. Kevin, there's something wrong. Kevin, it's not playing on my side.
Yeah, I see that. That is very odd.
Let me remove it. You have to pull that up. You have to pull that up. David, hold on, David. We're coming to you. I can see you. And sorry. Yeah, if you could drop that in for me, Kevin. And then there's another one here. We're probably going to have problems with this one. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Okay, here it is. All right. Where are we? Yeah, don't cut off my mic. I mean, not saying that to you, Kevin. I'm just saying the video we're looking for. And then this other one, the one this one over here. I don't know what's going on, people. Everything was working fine. It's we've just come to accept this as a normal course of business that we're going to have.
Yeah. This one don't look like it's your error at all, Provost.
No, it's not my error. Yeah. So
yeah, I'm proud to say it's not your error.
It's not your error. And then you can put this one over there, Kevin. But just put these 2 videos. I just play them, and then once I'm done with that, then I'll bring on our first guest.
All right. So which 2 was it that you were looking at?
Don't cut off my mic, and this one over here with PNP Philip Paulwell.
Okay, I'm gonna have to grab them on my side.
Okay. And somebody here said Fitz Jackson always stands up when asking this question, Spectral. Yeah, but you know, the way I look at it is I expected parliamentarians, well, no, I expected candidates to be familiar with the standing orders. You're running for a position. And look, this is a document that's freely available. At least immerse yourself in it. Become a student of it. Become a student of the place where you're going or you aspire to work. So that you are prepared day one when you get there for the fundamentals. The nuances you will learn as you go along, but the fundamentals, you should have mastered them before getting there. If for no other reason, civics, just to understand what's going on. So I find it reprehensible. I find it abominable. I find it unforgivable that you have candidates who have no idea what the standing orders are, yet they want to go work for you in Parliament. Think about that. Think about going on a job interview and you're asked the question, why do you want to work here? Do you know what we do? Do you know how we operate here? And you say, no, I don't, but I intend to find out when I get there. How far do you think you will get with such an answer? I think you'll be readily shown the door. I don't think that interview is going to go in the way.
You know, they are so confident within themselves that they're of the opinion that everything else will far outweigh their knowledge of the organization to which they want to be a part.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give Mr. Newell credit because he said he's reading it and trying to understand, but I would hope that he would have read and understood those things before. You know, but I give him credit. At least him come out and him. And you know what's funny? Some of these politicians, you know, on both sides of the aisle, their honesty, and I didn't want to say honesty, but their responses betray their laziness. Meaning that sometimes they, in the effort to answer a question, they reveal certain things about themselves. I've heard parliamentarians say, basically, I don't know what this issue is, but I tried to study it last night, and they're sitting there. And I'm like, no, you don't say that. If you don't have any questions, then sit and observe, because you should have done your homework. You know that you're going to have this meeting. It's not something that they just spring up a meeting on you, you know. You know, like weeks in advance that you're going to have this meeting, and you know what the subject matter is going to be. And if you come, there's no requirement that you have questions, and you can come and sit and take notes. But they come and sit and then try to be relevant by asking questions, and then they make statements essentially saying that we don't know why. Yeah, we don't know why. Where is it? It's here?
Yes, they're both there.
Okay, all right. Here's the first, no, not the first. Here's an example of speaker wholenesses. I was going to say incompetence, but I'll just say dunce. She don't know the rules, and she come at the PAA.
Arrogance? Can we use arrogance?
Arrogance, yes.
Okay.
Or ignorance. She don't know. Ignorance, arrogance. Here we go.
King.
You remember this.
I do not expect anybody to cut off my mic. I came back here.
Warmington.
Let me finish.
Member Warmington, on a point of order.
No.
On
Chairman, you don't call point of order.
From the chair. Member Warmington, you have several mics on, and I don't even need to call on any privilege as chair.
Madam
you
Speaker.
had other persons also making a point of order.
But they can't cut me off in the middle of it.
Have no clue if you're finished, and I didn't know your mic was off.
I did not complete and
so
say, Madam
kindly
Chairman.
complete your statement.
Madam Chairman, may I say to you, you cannot call point of order as Chairman and Speaker.
I don't even
point
want to
of
use
order
privilege.
can come from only the floor, not from you.
You had one. You had one from the floor.
No. The Chairman can't come point of order on me. we can call point of order, not the chair or the speaker. But I'm saying that I've never seen it in my 38 years.
Yes, and you have said that before, and you will not repeat in the House. Complete your complete your intervention, Member
Madam
Warmington.
Chairman.
Member Warmington.
Madam Chairman.
Complete your intervention without repetition.
I have the greatest respect for you, but do not. I have the largest number of votes in this House, 10,000 plus. So do not do it. And don't cut me off either. Let me speak. I'm saying when a member raises an issue, it's only minister can respond in his house, not permanent secretary officers. I'm trying to get attention of this house. I came in 1980, never before. But I don't finish yet. Can't cut me off. I'm saying only the minister can respond. The permanent secretary, technical officer must advise her what to say. Don't cut off my mic, you know. Don't do it again.
Don't do it. You're muted. You're muted, Provost. You're muted.
What is right? What happened there was that the permanent secretary was responding to a question that was asked of the minister. And when you're in the Standing Finance Committee meetings, only the minister can answer. The permanent secretaries, they can advise them, but they can't speak for them. And that's he's right. He's right. And then the second thing is that the host, the speaker, cannot call a point of order on a member. And we asked that, and Kevin put forth that question that was on the midterm. The exam last week. Big up yourself, DJ Kevin Steele. He put that question on, saying that you can't, only the members can call a point of order. They can call a point of order on each other, and they can call a point of order on the chair. But the chair or the speaker cannot call a point of order on the members. Cannot. So there again, and that was even a bigger audience. And she fumbled there. And then she came now trying to redeem herself with the PAAC now as a member, and she fumbled. But I want to show you something before we bring our first guest on. I want to show you something before we bring our first guest on. All right?
As you're pulling that up, I don't know what it is with Jillian Murray today, but she has been on fire in the comment section. Jillian, big up yourself. Much love. Let me tell you, I don't know.
No, some of you may say to yourself, how did this happen? How did we get this speaker? How did we get this speaker? And remember, we talked about this already, and I'll show you quickly. In the standing orders, it says, how do you elect or select a speaker for the House? And from what my understanding, it's one of the first things that's done after an election, that you get a speaker. Now, look at this. It says right here, election of speaker. See that? At the first meeting of the House, immediately, not 2 weeks after, 2 months, immediately after general election, or whenever it is necessary for the House to elect a speaker, by reason of a vacancy in the office occurring otherwise, meaning an election, you don't have a speaker, the clerk or the clerk shall call upon the House to elect a speaker. Here's how you do it. A member, having first ascertained that the member to be proposed is willing to serve if elected, meaning that if I know that Kevin is willing to serve as speaker, then I can say, and look what it says, rising in his place. You must stand in parliament when you're going to speak. You don't speak while seated. It says, rising in his place and addressing the clerk. What should I do? I get up and I said, I'm proposing Kevin Steele as the Speaker of the House. And it says, and if that proposition be seconded, the clerk, if no other such member be suggested for the office, shall declare the member so proposed and seconded to be Speaker of the House. So we understand, we get that clear. That's clear. Not clear as mud, but clear that after an election or whenever there's a vacancy, the clerk is going to assemble everyone and said, okay, we have to elect a speaker. Somebody's going to get up and say, I propose that Mr. A is the speaker. And it presupposes that you know that Mr. A wants the job. And then somebody's going to second it. And if nobody comes up with another person, then that person is going to get the job. Take a look at this. Is this the right one?
I should hope so, because that's
okay,
the one that was there.
All right, I think it's, well, I don't see it. I only see one. Where's the second one?
There should be both by me. One after the other. So take down yours, which is
hold on. All right, mine is gone.
Right, you should see mine.
I see it. No, that's not it. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
I beg to nominate the Member of Parliament for the great constituency of East Rural St. Andrew, Mrs. Juliet Holness, to become the Speaker of the House.
So, Mr. Delroy Chuck, this is after Miss Dalrymple, I think. After she left, there was a vacancy. And Delroy Chuck stood up. He rose and he said, I'm proposing that this lady, Mrs. Holness, should be the next Speaker of the House. So now it has to be seconded according to the rules. Watch this.
And it was seconded by the PNP's Philip Paulwell. Listen.
Madam Clerk, I beg to second the motion. I join with my colleague in congratulating you on the ascension to the chair of Speaker of this great House.
Nothing more needs to be said.
As we say, no say another word. No say another word. So all of you people out there who complain and say, well, you know, she shouldn't be. I agree with you, she shouldn't be. She shouldn't be. But if the argument is going to be that somehow it was rigged by the JLP, whatever, think again. It was proposed by Mr. Delroy Chuck, and it was seconded by Mr. Philip Paulwell. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that, people. We bring receipts today, you know. As every time we come on here, we did it. But we bring receipts now with video. I want you to remember that it was Philip Paulwell of the PNP who seconded the motion for Mrs. Juliet Holness to become Speaker the first time around. The second time around, the PNP didn't support it because then they said, oh, you know, we've seen what she's done, and, you know, they raised all kinds of issues. But the very first time, and what they should have done, they should have said, we propose that Mr. Warmington should be the Speaker of the House. You that showed the JLP in a turmoil. The second time, Heather Smith asked about the receipts. Yeah, we have the receipts. The second time around, they said they weren't going to support her. But the first time she was proposed as Speaker, it was Mr. Philip Paulwell who seconded. I just want to remember that.
So somebody, right. Venus said Paulwell is an undercover labor, right? Why do you think
as far as
that it has anything to do with political lines?
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as saying that. All I can say is this, and it's a fact. He seconded the proposal for her to become the Speaker of the House. He did. And so all
I will say,
take a quick look at it. Kevin, they're not playing on my side.
I don't know what is going on with your player, you know. I really don't know what is going on with your player. What I will say is a lot of times we focus on Parliament and we see Parliament as its own world and believe that things extend from Parliament out. Understand that outside of these doors, you have different personalities. You have different relationships. Keep that in mind. That's what I'll say.
See, Jam McCarthy said, no, Mr. Ratty, don't do that. Remember, don't do that. Remember, there were more JLP in government than they had majority votes. See, Jam, you're not paying attention. What do you mean don't do that? It's not me do it. It's Philip Palwell did it. Philip Palwell, yes. And it has nothing to do with more members or not. The rule says that you can have a second. You can have a second candidate. And even if you didn't want to do the second candidate, why did you make them, as they did in the second go, the go around, the second time, make them nominate them candidate and second them candidate? You don't do it for them. Because here's what happened, and it's exactly what occurred. When that candidate starts to act up, guess what? You have no argument. Because what they're going to throw it in your face and say, well, you seconded it. So don't complain. You felt that she was good enough to be Speaker of the House and you second the motion. Let them deal with their own business. They were the majority party. They still are the majority party. They're the majority party. And so they said, we're going to propose it. Let them propose it and let them second it. Remember this. Remember this. Remember this.
What was it? C-Jam?
Business in a foul fight. Cockroach now have no business in a foul fight. Make them go out and do. The only thing you can do is create this unity by saying, we are going to propose one of your members, because we know if we propose a PNP because we're the minority party, it's not going to happen. So what you do, you propose one of their members, but you propose a strong member that going to cause problems for them. And then you just sit back and watch them fight it out. That's all you have to do. Anyway, enough of that. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we have our two guests here. Bill, please, we're running a little bit. Wait for us. I'm sure you're going to watch the program and enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a gentleman with us, Mr. David Crossburn. He was with us on Wednesday night, and he really did a fantastic job. He talked about Ambassador Curtis Ward. He talked about the sugar business in Jamaica. In fact, he has a book about that. And then he went on to talk about the family units and where people came from, and people found that to be fascinating. So much so that people started asking for his number. They want to buy his book. They want him to return. Now, because time is at a premium, what we decided to do was we'll have him on in segments. So we're going to have him on today, and God willing, and with his acceptance, we're going to have him on next week, Saturday as well, if he's available. But we're going to have him on as a featured guest, because this man is, as I said, a reservoir of knowledge, and it's well worth sharing this information with us. Mr. David Crossburn, welcome to our Saturday program, sir. You're muted.
I'm muted.
Okay.
Thanks very kindly indeed. And to you, all your guests and family members, I say a huge thanks to be in your presence. And I'm so elated and joyful to be in your presence another time. And before I continue and where I stopped, and I'll just put a framework in which I'll continue. One, you were speaking on the book. I have passed on the information to
David, before you go any further, we have a blended audience. We have people from Wednesday and we have people who they tune in only on a Saturday. So what I'd like you to do is to reintroduce yourself to the people who saw you on Wednesday and introduce yourself to the people who are seeing you for the first time. Just quickly, just tell them who is David Crossburn and what you intend to do today.
Okay, well, kindly, if you could just play the short video from the church introducing me.
I don't think, hold on 1 second. I don't think we have that. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. All right. Play that there, Kevin.
But if it's not, I think, you know what? Okay, so that video is not playing right now, David. So if you could just do a quick overview for us. When we're done with these two guests, I want you to refresh your browser.
Okay, before we do the last segment. All right, fair enough. Yeah. All right, David, we're having problems. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, David Crossburn is the son of Archibald Crossburn from the Treadways in St. Catherine. Crossburn originates from a small island up in the Azores. Based on my research, his father went from Africa, went to one of the Azores islands, and my grandfather was born in the Azores, along with about 5 other members of the Crossburn family. And they came to Jamaica in the 1880s to work in the police force. The name somehow got corrupted, meaning it take on different spelling. C-R-O-S, C-R-O-S-S, C-R-O, and it got mixed up along the line. But for my father, my grandfather was serving the police force. He went up in the Linstead area and he had a family of 13 children. And it's so much a unique thing that in the district that I grew up in, Treadways, that as I said, I did not know aunt in that district. And I grew up together, and I did not know them because of the nature of the family structure in Jamaica. My grandfather, who was serving the police force, he and his brother. And my father take on the role of the upbringing of the other 13 children. He was at the center of them all, and I really salute him, thank for him. And as I said before, he married to my mom, who came from the family of the Dunn, D-U-N-N. They were Welsh, not Welsh, an island beside England there, Irish. He was Irish. And my grandfather, African, and from the Azores. And David Crossburn now, former love in the sugar industry. The sugar industry adopted me, and I spent my entire life collating and digging and searching for the information on the sugar industry, which I've loved so deeply. And I've so far been wonderfully married for 19,683 days to a wonderful lady, and she will just wave to you with her siblings from St. Elizabeth. They're all from St. Elizabeth, from the wonderful township of shake to them. Oh. Yeah. Can they say hi? Because one of them will be having a special birthday tomorrow. So Kevin, I don't know
Hello.
I've been my alma bearer, and they take so good care of me all the years, So I'm really thankful for them. And I just like Kevin to give them a job role at the appropriate time.
It's a real big ups to them and to her. Yes, thank you for your what you've been doing. Blessings.
Bless. Yeah, indeed. And I'll just continue, Kevin, with the mission that we are on. As I said, the legacy project for Curtis Ward, they are from that area in St. Elizabeth, just maybe about 5 miles away. 5 miles away from Treasure Beach. They originate from all my wife family is from. They are from the Bent and the Foster family. As you know, the name Foster represents what? The keeper of the forest, they said. And they are more than keeping the forest. They have been a tower of strength for me. And both the Foster and the Benz family from St. Elizabeth, they have been so wonderful to me, and I'm thankful to them. And to use this opportunity to say a special thanks to them. Right. I go back now to the other segment of the project that I would like for us to work on is a special story coming out of Linstead, an incident that happened in 1973, and I'm working and would love for us to share it with our platform because it can go a huge way in giving an appreciation of the journey of the sugar industry and also stories in Linstead. It concerned a bank robbery in the 1973. Briefly, I'll just tell the audience. The bank robbery occurred in Discovery Bay, where some hoodlums robbed the bank and they destroyed 2 persons, the bank manager and the teller, and took away 2 of the other tellers from Discovery Bay. And they have a huge roadblock in the township of Linstead, and they were destroyed. So far, I've met upon 7 persons who I'd like to invite to the platform at a later and convenient date to share with the audience their experience of that huge, unforgettable moment in the township of Linstead, where the shootout, and one of the individuals, only recently I met him and he showed me where he got the shot in his arm, and the policeman was also got shot. So we must tell that story in this to the remainder of our audience. Another of the witnesses, he lives in New York, and when I reminded him of the incident, he said that it was my first time at the Dintil Technical High School, and I saw the helicopter landing the soldiers at the school playfield. And for the first time, he saw an helicopter landing. So he's available to tell of his experience there about that incident in Linstead, where all the town of Linstead was a huge pandemonium, where the people, all the citizens run out to see what was happening, and they left some run out of their shoes, slippers and shoes was scattered all around the town because of the commotion, and for months on end, people were talking about this incident. So I know the audience will enjoy the full story when we tell it, and we'll ask Brother Rattigan to interrogate the evidence for looking the original evidence that was interrogated at the
in
the thing that followed.
1973.
Come again?
In Falmouth, in the township in 1973.
Yes, and the interest.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you this, David. Is that a part of this book that you have, or is the book published already, or is it being finalized to get published?
It's published, and It's published, but I'm working on the second and third edition thereof.
Gotcha.
Of all the elements for publishing the second edition. And as I've said before, the University of Exeter use the text in their study and presentation on the sugar, everything on sugar. The University of Exeter in England used it along with 60 other books on their presentation. My book is listed at number 28 of 60 that was used in the university presentation on sugar. University of Exeter.
I see it listed here. There's a little PowerPoint, a little presentation that you have here. It's listed as number 24.
Okay, 24.
Yes. So tell us a little bit about this book, real quick.
Real quick.
Overview before we get. So
the book covers all the information on the journey of the Jamaican sugar industry. As you know, and listeners may know, Christopher Columbus came in 1492, 94, and by 1528, the first sugar factory was set up in Seville, St. Anne. Work was done by students from university in Canada to excavate the original sugar factory in Seville, St. Anne. And along with that Spanish sugar factory, which closed somewhere about in the early 1530s, another British sugar factory is on the heritage site in St. Anne. I account for all the production down the years. At the point when I published the book, they had made 27.5 million tons of sugar Jamaica had produced. And I also highlighted a very interesting bit of information on a work of a South Africa journal who in 1968 forecasted that the world would consume whatever the amount of sugar he forecasted, that by 1980, the world would be consuming that amount of sugar. And when 1980 came, the South African forecaster was spot on. I give the details of his that interesting occurrence, what Jamaica contributed to the world production then, and also the forecast, how astonishing it was that he was able to predicted from in 1968 what the production would be in 1980. Keeping in mind that at that point in time, Jamaica was at its zenith production from 19 sugar factories that were operating in Jamaica. And at that time, we were exporting 100,000 tons of sugar to the US, 100,000 tons to Canada, and 100,000 tons to England. We were in 1968, and I pointed out the importance of collaboration and of harmony, because in 1968, even though we had the zenith sugar production of over 500,000 tons. They had inquiry, the Mordecai sugar inquiry in the industry. Why was it so important to have that inquiry? Because there was lack of, although we had produced 525,000 tons, we could have made close to 550,000 tons, but it was because lack of harmony. And that was borne out in Mordecai's report. And Mordecai reported that harmony is important. And the divisiveness kept us back from then. And to this day, we are now at 2 sugar factories operating. And the industry lost a lot of inertia through, apart from the harmony, a lot of misunderstanding.
So let me ask you this, David. This first edition that the University of Exeter used, and that is already out somewhere. Where can it be found? Is it available online? Is it available on Amazon? Is it just available in Jamaica?
At the moment, it's just available at the bookstore. A bookstore there. Oh.
The Stationery World and Book Center at Sandringham Avenue.
Definitely. At the but I'm inviting help from members to help me to get it on Amazon and so yeah. But at the moment it's just there, it's available. When I print, I must pause to share with the audience the world in which we are living in. I can't call names, but it's important for you to understand and to learn or to draw from my experience. A bookstore went to the printers who printed the book and want to print and distribute it without my knowledge. And the person brought it to my attention and tell me that I'm to be alert. And they did not support what was being sought to be done. But I leave it at that, they said you shouldn't really. But just for a person to learn and to know that they are to be alert.
Okay, so here's what we'll do as we move forward, David. We will look into and I suggest you also do on your side, because doing self-publishing is something you can do. It's already out there. The book is already in existence, so it's just a matter of making it available on Amazon as a medium for sale. So that is something that I suggest you look into. And depending on whether or not you can get this done, you can also do an audio version of the book. So that's available on Audible. And that way other people can get to it. So those are things that I would suggest you look into. And as we, I guess, formulate this relationship, we'll see how it is that we can provide you with some assistance in that area. But I suggest you, on your side, do some legwork, you and your people, do some legwork on making it available on Amazon for sale, even if it's someone to drop ship it. Whereas, they place the order on Amazon and then it goes to you and then you do the rest. Whichever way it happens. But we're going to have to cut this short now. We have a second guest that is on. And are you available next week to come back?
Yeah. But could you allow me just 2 other minutes? I talk a little bit on Clarendon.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for your, and thanks for the patience of those. As I was saying on the Wednesday's program, that Clarendon played an integral part in the sugar industry, particularly Money Musk. And next week when we have the interview, we have our map. And we can show you something about the map of Clarendon, where they had a 7-day war between the Battle of Carlisle, which was fought down in the Money Musk area of Clarendon. It was fought because of the nature of the French wanted to take Jamaica from Spain at the time, and the Battle of Carlisle, which involved the sugar industry as well. Because at that instant, a lot of sugar factories were destroyed during the Battle of Carlisle. 500 Jamaicans got killed, 700 Frenchmen got killed. I think it's the first time we had the ascendancy on France in the Battle of Carlisle. And persons can read up about it, and I could expand and share with them on the Battle of Carlisle. And they can look on the pictures of pictures showing where the cannon, which was fired from the French ship and logged in a tree in Clarendon. There are pictures of that with the cannon in the tree.
Cannonball in the tree.
Yes, against a church, the St. Peter's Anglican Church in Clarendon. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. We're looking forward to hearing some more about that. And I guess we could talk a little bit more about that when you join us again next week.
Yes.
Provost.
All right. Take care, David. We'll see you next Saturday.
Yeah, and a drum roll to each and every one, and be strong, and self-care, hydrate, and be mindful of each other. Nothing can stop us as a Jamaican, as a people. We have it in our hands to be the best people in the world and change the world.
All right, my brother. So
true words.
Big up yourself.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right. Yeah. Before we go any further, Professor, I just want to do one thing. I know Dr. Tinling is here with us. Dr. Bill Tinling is coming on. No, but let me just quickly say something. People, I want you to understand this. I'm going to live on people I top so that when them quint me drop. I'm going to do that. Understand this, that I, like many Jamaicans, came from disadvantaged backgrounds in the sense that we had very little opportunities. Our parents didn't, they had to eke out a meager living, sacrifice to send us to school so that we could come and do better than they did. Don't ever forget that. And don't ever forget where you're from. That's why I have this background behind me. No, I grew up in JLP neighborhood and I grew up in PNP neighborhood. You've heard me say it many times, but I need to say it because I'm using it to segue. I'm using it to get to a certain point. When I left Jamaica, I was too young to register to vote. So of course, I didn't vote. Couldn't vote. I had no interest in Jamaican politics. I've said it before. My interest, football, woman, friends, and school. Not in that particular order. That school came last, so should have been vexed. So Mama, please forgive me. So what happened is that I don't have a preference for political parties. I have a preference, a strong preference to my people. I don't see party, I see people. And if you've been suffering under PNP and you've been suffering under JLP, you have been suffering. If you've been suffering only under PNP, yeah, you suffer under jail. If you're suffering, you're suffering. We don't care about political parties. We care about freeing the minds of our people so that they can understand that their destiny is in their hands, not in the hands of a political party. A political party is only a vessel to get you to where you want to go. But guess what? The vessel, you will create the vessel. You are the captain on that vessel. You have to tell them where you want to go. And if you don't tell them, they'll take you wherever they want to take you. And I refuse to have that happen to my people. And that's why I'm here. I could be doing other things, but I'm not going to do other things. I want to do this. Why am I saying this? Because my parents, they're die-hard PNP people. Die-hard PNP people. I grew up in a PNP household. I grew up under Michael Manley. And I'll tell you this, first time I'm saying this to anybody, Michael Manley was the man responsible for me getting a high school education. He was the person. I met Michael Manley's daughter in South Africa. I had lunch with her. And I told her, I said, had it not been for your father, I probably wouldn't have been sitting here with you having lunch. So you have to give respect where respect is due. You have to give acknowledgement where acknowledgement is due. Nevertheless, and notwithstanding, Michael Manley is a person. He's a political leader. He's not a party. And I dare anyone to tell me that the party that Michael Manley led is the party that we have. No. If you're a comrade and you grew up back in the 70s, you were back in the 70s and you're here now, and you tell me it's the same party, you're lying to me. Am I saying the party is now worse or better? No, I'm saying it's different. That is a fact. Now, the last election, I'll make it abundantly clear, I wanted the PNP to win. You know why? Because I saw what the JLP had done to the Jamaican people and Jamaica. And it was not in the best interest of the people. And so I said, listen, I would love to see the PNP step into power and see what they're going to do. Because guess what? I plan to hold them responsible just like I'm holding, or accountable, just like I'm holding the JLP accountable right now. People, we have to get out of this mindset that it's PNP, JLP, get into the mindset it's about people. And so when wrongs have been committed, you have to call them out. You can't hide behind party and say, well, you're going to call out the JLP, but you're not going to call out the PNP when they make mistakes. No, that's wrong. Let me get on my soapbox now. That's wrong, people. If any of you come around here thinking that you're going to get a PNP perspective from me, even when they're wrong, you are wrong. I suggest you go somewhere else because I am not that person. I would much rather have 5 people around here who say, you know what? We're about people, not about political party. And if the political party is working for the people, that's fine. But the people is first. The people is first. Yeah, me know, Bill there. Let me just say this piece here. A dear friend of mine just wrote to me when I played that video a while ago with Mr. Paulwell. A dear friend of mine wrote to me and said, and I know she's watching. She said, and I know she meant well. She meant well. She said, look, it's tradition in the house that when somebody is nominated, they're seconded. Because the understanding is that whoever is nominated is going to act in a fair manner. And that the PNP didn't know how she would have behaved. And so they went with tradition. That's a tradition that whoever is nominated, they get seconded. I don't know if it's a tradition that whoever is nominated is seconded by the other side. I don't know if that's the case. But even if that's the case, I'm saying you don't do it because the rules don't require you to do it. We're playing by rules here, not by tradition. If you don't have rules, then tradition will suffice. But if you have rules, you comply with the rules because the moment you start violating the rules, you're going down the slippery slope. You're going on the slippery slope. Now, let me show you something, my dear friend. Let me show you something. I wasn't going to play this because the point I wanted to make was that Mr. Paulwell seconded Juliet Holness's nomination or the proposal for her to be Speaker of the House. I'm going to show you something. Look at this.
When the former Speaker was forced to resign as a result of an Integrity Commission investigation.
Let's go back.
Nominate the Member of Parliament for the great constituency of East Rural St. Andrew, Mrs. Juliet Holness, to become the Speaker of the House.
And it was seconded by the PNP's Philip Paulwell. Listen.
Madam Clerk, I beg to second the motion. I join with my colleague in congratulating you on the ascension to the chair of Speaker of this great House.
When the former Speaker was forced to resign as a result of an Integrity Commission investigation, the move to replace her with the wife of the Prime Minister, so that the head of Parliament is now the spouse of the head of government, really does not sit well with the tradition that the Speaker must act independently of the government of the day. The Speaker is intended to be independent.
No, people, you understand why. You understand why? MP Golding, with all due respect, hear what he said. The tradition, it's a breaking tradition that you're going to have the Speaker of the House who is the wife of the Prime Minister. So you have two branches of government under the same roof. That's essentially what he's saying. And he's saying it's a break from tradition. Now, let me ask you something now. You think you don't know that Mr. Philip Paulwell knew that Juliet Holness, MP Juliet Holness, was married to the Prime Minister when he seconded her nomination? You don't think he knew that? You'd have to come and make the argument to me that he didn't know, and therefore the tradition was still in play. But if he knew and he seconded and she became Speaker, then you can't come later on and say, oh, the wife of the Prime Minister, the Speaker, and it's a break from tradition. That shouldn't happen. You brought it into existence. You cannot come later on and say that the two branches of government, they're sleeping in the same bed. Or the head of the two branches. You cannot come and say that. That's disingenuous. You can't vote for the woman, you can't vote for the lady to be Speaker of the House and then turn around and say it shouldn't happen. You cannot have the Speaker of the House and the Prime Minister from the same household. You cannot. People, this is what I'm telling you. Be critical thinkers around here. Don't just jump on a political bandwagon. If something is wrong, it is wrong, no matter who do it. And if a mistake was made and they did it, fine. Fine. But you can't come and try and pretend that, there's a problem, or give the impression that there's a problem here and then try to divorce yourself from the problem when you're the one who caused the problem. As I said, if I were in charge of the opposition, I would have brought up the name of a second candidate. And a second candidate on their side, because we know that we're the minority party. We're not going to get the Speaker's position. So I would have brought up somebody, and then you cause dissension within the ranks. And then nobody can ever blame you. And then guess what? You would have that argument from day one saying, we nominated somebody else because we were totally opposed to the idea of the Speaker being married to the Prime Minister, and the legislative branch of the House and the executive branch of the House, they're sleeping in the same bed. You would have that argument. You would have that argument, but you cannot make that argument after you voted for her or you seconded. You cannot. So I would rather have 5 people sit in an independent way than have 5,000 people who come around here thinking that, well, I'm going to jump on a political bandwagon and then, we'll just ride it through. No, it is not going to happen. It's not going to. No party is perfect. None. And so when people make mistakes, the honorable thing to do is for them to say, look, it was a mistake. Let's move on. The elegance vlogs, that's another one. That's another one. The salary increase, people. The salary increase. I have a pending request right now to find out who voted for the salary increase and also a video of it. Because guess what? I am supremely convinced that people from the opposition party, they voted for that salary increase. And we need to call it out. We need to call it out. So if we sit here and we just pretend as if that the opposition has never done anything wrong, we're just as bad as the people we're complaining about. And then there is no point for us to sit here and have discussions. There is no point. My people, I will not, I cannot do it. I cannot. I have far too many people behind me who are suffering politics. How many of you, answer me this, how many of you, talking to the people in Jamaica now, had a chance to see your MP leading up to the election? How many of you had a chance to see your MP? And then the second question is, how many of you had a chance to see your MP post-election? They were available. They would come and talk to you. How many of you can say, no, you have the same access to them? That is what I'm talking about, people. Make no mistake, I think that this political party running Jamaica right now is a disaster. And why do I say that? It's not based on emotions. It's based on performance or the lack thereof. The things that they've done and the things that they did not do. And that's why I don't focus on the PNP, because the JLP has the power of the purse string. This is not like the Congress in America, where you can have one party running, one branch of government and another one, and you have real checks and balances, or at least semblance of it. In Jamaica, there's no semblance of it. The party that wins the election, them run everything. Everything. And so they are the ones that we have to focus on. Remember, them put out a manifesto promising you this, and that. They promised you the whole world. They promised you a minimum wage of 18,500. We're going to play that now. Wanna get? Where unu get? Wanna get? No, 32,000 was over a period of time, he said. But he said the next budget cycle, it's going to 18, from 16 to 18.5. Wanna get? One they get £1,000 or 16. We have the video for play when people are jump up and down. The man was jump to the moon when them hear him say 32,000. Some of them never listen carefully and say 32,000 over a period of time. And you may not get to that period of time. Because you may not get
that wasn't specified.
Yeah, and then you don't hear not more about it, right? And then him come out and him say, no, it's 18, next budget cycle, 18.5, and then as time progresses, we will move it up, inch it up to 32. All of them, there are a lot of people there, all they heard, Professor, they heard 32, and them say, yeah, I get 32. And how much you get now? One. How much him get? How much him get? Going back to September. How much him get? We not see him taken off a fool. We not see him taken off a fool. Remember now, Minister Morgan said, once it has been passed into law, you must take it unless you resign. Prime Minister said, hell no. He went to some Unicall transformation, something in the Ministry of Finance and said, I don't want it. And them say, okay, you won't get it. And then them look around and say, okay, nobody now look now. Time right, time wrong. Melissa just happened and people are suffer. and him gonna want to. And by the way, when you must remember this now, you know, when him take the 28, you know, it's not 28 only, you know, because remember now, guess who for salary gone up now? All of the previous prime minister's salary gone up now. So it's not one salary gone up. You have Portia Simpson Miller. You have three of them. What name? What my one name?
But PJ still around?
PJ one gone up, and then you have Bruce. Hold on.
And Bruce was a prime minister.
Well, no, understand, you know. And one salary gone up, you know, because they were all getting 9.1, something like that. 4 salaries gone up. 4. Oh, I lie. 5, Beverly Manley, she get her husband's salary to it gone up. Because spouses get the raise too.
Oh.
Unless I think they're divorced, and I'm quite sure if she's entitled to it, because I think they were divorced. I don't know if he remarried. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'll take that back. I'm not sure if she's going to get it. But I know Bruce Golding is going to get it, PJ is going to get it, and Mama P, they're going to get it. At least 3 salaries went up with his salary. How much of Uno's salary went up? Commensurate. It went from 9 to 28. Thereabouts. You went from 16 to 17. And guess what happened now? Everything in the supermarket started go up because of the oil crisis and the economic crisis, the downturn. That $1,000 when you know, it done before you even get it.
But in addition to that, wasn't there an increase in GCT?
Yeah, he's proposing taxes, yes. So the money that come, it gone. So people, that's why I think critically. Think critically. PNP make mistakes, you call out them, because that's the only way you can get them to toe the line. When they make a mistake, you call it out and what is? She was not Punkosti, you know, listen to what me say now. What mean get your facts? You know, you hear me say, first I say I take it back because I believe that they were divorced. You know, listen to me and say. See, that's the problem. You know, somehow we just chat and nah listen. Right? I said Beverly Manley would have gotten it, and then I said, wait a minute, I believe they were divorced at the time of his death. So therefore she wouldn't be entitled to it. But you can't tell me, say, Mama P, PJ, and Bruce. They were entitled to it. The 4 salaries went up. They were divorced, so she don't get it. All right, fine, I said that. But you're not listening, Punkos. So, Eileen Francis, thanks. So she no get it. But I want somebody come tell me now, say PJ salary now go up. I want somebody come tell me, say Bruce Golding salary now go up. I want somebody come tell me, say Mama P salary now go up. So it's 4 salary gone up because I won. And remember now, it went from 9 to 28. 9 to 28. So that's why I'm saying to you people, think. And that's why it's so important for us to realize we're living in the age of technology. So when people say things, it's recorded. It's recorded. And you can get it, and you can play it back, and you can listen, and you can compare and contrast. Siaga wife still alive, so she'll get it then. Because the salary it goes to the former prime minister, and if he's deceased, his wife gets it. So we're gone right back to 4 plus 1. We're gone back to what? 4 plus 1, 5. There you go. And you must check and see if Donald Sangster and Shearer and Buster Manton never married. And you must check and see if them and the wife alive, because them wife alive, they might
get hit too.
Yeah. So there we go. All right, listen, folks.
Let's get Bill.
I played that to show you that Mark Golding came out and started criticizing it, saying that you can't have you can't have the Speaker of the House being married to the Prime Minister. It's against tradition and all of that. And him come out and say that. And what I'm saying is that he's saying that it's a tradition, but they voted for that. They voted for that. Make the other side do it, and then you can have the argument. And that was a mistake. That was a mistake. So just come out and say, listen, it shouldn't have happened. Mistake. Or better yet, if you truly want to play politics, you don't say a word. You don't say a word. That's what happened. You make a mistake, you don't say a word unless you're challenged, and then you can say, all right, fine, everybody make mistakes, we'll make a mistake. Anyway, enough of that. We have run out of time fast. Where's Dr. Tinley? Where are you, sir? And then somebody again in the chat said, yeah, and the pay retroactive, so it's not starting now. Think it go back. Oh, there he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to bring to the stage a dear friend of mine for years. We met on a platform where we were discussing a range of issues, law enforcement, etc. And I found out that this gentleman was well connected to the diaspora organization as well as to some other organizations. He's well traveled, well versed. He's like our previous guest. He's a reservoir of knowledge, and I'm so proud to have him on today. But we're having him on for a limited purpose. We will definitely have him on again, but for today, he's coming on for a limited purpose. And so, what I'd like to do is have him introduce himself, as we always do with our guests, and then have him tell you his purpose for being here, and see if we can join our hands and hearts and maybe up in our pockets, because that's one of the reasons why he's here, and support this initiative. It's a noble initiative. It's an idea whose time has come, and not speaking for Reggae Global, not speaking for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, speaking only for myself, I support this endeavor. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bill Tinglin.
Brother Rattigan, my brother, thank you so very much for having me on. Brother Kevin, so good to see you, my brother. Indeed, indeed. To my Jamaican brothers and sisters, I bid you greetings. I hail from the great parish of Westmoreland, the town of Betheltown. Indeed. I went to the Betheltown Primary School, and guess what, my brothers? My teacher is still alive. Her name is Mrs. Russell. She's in her 90s now, living in Mandeville. So if she's hearing this conversation that we're having now, I hail to her, Mrs. Russell. But thank you so very much for having me on. And the purpose of this engagement is Jamaica have never had its own parade in the United States. We have had Panama, Dominican Republic, we have the Philippines, the Israelis, but Jamaica have never had its own independent day parade in the United States. I am pleased to share with you that on August 8th of 2026, we're having our first Jamaican Day Parade in New York. Those of you who live in New York or are familiar with New York, the parade will start from the Flatbush Junction, coming up north on Flatbush Avenue on Empire Boulevard, going into Prospect Park for a final concert with a fantastic Jamaican musician. Quite a few musicians will be performing on that day. So I would like for you to get your pens and your paper out, your pencils out, to take my number. Why? Because we need to have at least 5 million viewers and listeners, and to go on our LinkedIn, to go on our Instagram, our Facebook, to share this endeavor globally. Look, Jamaica has its own brand. For that small island or just say 3 million people, we are the best in many things. Our food, our athletes, our talk, our jive, we have it made in the shade, as the brothers would say. Everywhere Jamaican go, we always change the environment to bring in something positive. So I ask that you please join me on this endeavor. I need your cooperation. I need your help. I need your support. So take my telephone number down. It's 718-753-8255. 9920. Why? Well, we have to work together in getting the word out, and I need your support to be able to share what we have. We have our own reggae tune. We have on our website. The website is JamaicanDayParade.org. JamaicanDayParade.org. I know you have a lot of questions, but I just had to get that information out expeditiously.
All right, let me start with the first question, Bill. They said necessity is the mother of invention, and if you build it, they'll come. What triggered this in your mind to say, hey, we need, I know you said that they never had one before, but how did this come about in your head? Were you
in my head? I am very active with the Israeli diaspora here in New York. I am very, very active. I've written several books in regards to the Holocaust. So, Brother Rattigan, I was at the Israeli Day Parade in Manhattan. And I said to myself, I was dialoguing with my colleague, how come Jamaica never had a parade? How come? And that's how this started. So I got back to Brooklyn, and I called Dr. Dunkley, Karen Dunkley. I called Donovan Longmore. I called Claudette Powell. I called Dr. Clark, and I called a few others. And we said, you know what? Let's just plan to engage ourselves to have a Jamaican Day Parade. So it initiated, Brother Rattigan, from the Israeli parade in New York, and here we are now.
Professor?
What are you expecting to gain from doing this parade?
All right. Initially, look, the organization is built on 4 pillars. What we're planning on doing is the transformational pillars that drives, number 1, education, cultural preservation, community upliftment, and economic advancement. These pillars form the core architect of every partnership program to initiate in which we'll be deploying. So the cultural preservation of natural pride, the global educational exchange program, community empowerment and social impact, economic development, and diaspora mobilization. This is the system, the initial stage of the endeavor. And once this is formulated, which it is, and as time goes on, we'll be able to strengthen the core in which we'll be able to have a power movement here in New York and the United States and globally.
So basically it's for recognition. Jamaica is quite recognized as it stands. Everybody knows about Jamaica, right? So how would this benefit Jamaicans here, Jamaicans back home?
All right. Let's talk about certain areas. The natural, cultural, and heritage exhibition, the parade stage and the artist showcase, all of that, the reggae music, the dance, the essence of the cultural program, the youth embodiment, the educational program, all these are tied in to be able to incorporate the Jamaicans in Jamaica, the Jamaicans in the United States and elsewhere, to form the International Youth Exchange Program, which we'll be working with, the International Education Exchange Program, the cultural grounded school-based curriculum through our organization, School News Nationwide here in New York, and other educational partnership initiatives. It will be a cumulative state grounded to propagate Jamaican interest. What are the plans to propagate Jamaican interest? Education is one of them. Our food, our tourism. For example, with the Israeli way of doing things, how they do things, they have a strong base here in the United States and Europe. they are able to feed their country with open and all desires that is required. We would like to continue to strengthen that same initiative politically and otherwise for our Jamaican island.
Let me jump in and ask a question here. I see somebody well, let me just piggyback off of one of the questions in the chat and ask you this. You mentioned education.
Yes.
And the superintendent, I believe, of education in New York is a Jamaican born
yes
person. Have you reached out to the city and particularly this person to say, listen, we're having something that we think is culturally and otherwise attractive for the city? Because, you know, New York City put on a parade for everybody, or everybody has a parade in New York City. How can we partner?
We are being supported by the council members, the assembly members, the senators, Senator Schumer's office. We've been supported by, matter of fact, let me back up for a second, my brother. Dr. Una Clark, a fantastic woman. She was the first Jamaican council member here in New York. This operation is necessarily predicated upon her endeavor. I should have said that earlier. So to getting back to the question, yes, we have been supported by all levels of government in New York and federally and statewide.
One more question before the professor comes in. Again, you know, we have a very active chat, very intelligent folks in the chat. Jesus is Lord says they have Caribbean Day. We have Caribbean Day in New York. Do you find it to be like a divisive moment to say, well, we're going to have Jamaica Day separate and apart from the Caribbean Day?
Well, let's address that, Brother Rattigan. How about Ghana, Panama, Dominican Republic, and other Caribbean islands? They have Guyana. They have their own parade. They have their own independent parade. They're a part of the Haiti. They're a part of the Caribbean diaspora. We're not creating a division. This is not a separation. It is more of a endowment. It is more of the value system that's been created in Jamaica by Jamaicans, traveled here through several levels of achievement. So what are we doing? Well, we're applauding the essence of who we are, what we have done, and where we are going. So it's not a separation. It is a celebration.
Okay. Professor?
Have you met with any resistance or pushback since having the initiative to have a Jamaica Day parade in New York?
No, not loudly. I'm quite sure there are voices. Respectfully, Professor, we have not gotten any pushback. We have gotten more of applaud to move forward in our endeavor.
And you said this is the inaugural, so you plan to have it every year, make it an annual event.
That is correct. Look, the only way in which we can continue to build, the great writer says that you cannot correct something at the same level in which it was created. And in order to create change is inevitable. It's always continuously growing. So our first parade, look what happened with the Caribbean Day Parade. They started out small. Yeah. Now they have thousands of people. And look what they're also doing. They have after-school programs. They have day school programs. They have helping with the elderly. They have picked up the mantle to be able to do civic activities to help the citizens and the residents of New York. We want to take it, what is done and what's given to us by the government and by status, to do the same thing.
All right, in that vein, right, we don't need to recreate the wheel. We just probably need to put more tires on the wheel. Have you spoken to the organizers of the Caribbean Day Parade to say, look, you guys have been doing this for decades. Let's share ideas and best practices. Give us some ideas as to how we should proceed.
Absolutely. They are more than willing, and they have been very, very courteous and caring and kind in providing us avenues and way to move forward to have a successful parade. Yes.
Okay, outstanding.
Have you also been in talks with the consulate? And you mentioned Karen Dunkley earlier, so you've been coordinating also with the Diaspora Council?
Yes. We had a strong inaugural engagement at the Brooklyn Borough President's office, and our keynote speaker was the Consul General of Jamaica. She came. She was fantastic, a fantastic, wonderful woman. And we were planning on having our media engagement at her office on April the 10th of 2026. So yes, they have been very, very supportive and caring, and we have their blessings.
All right. Well, before we go, let me ask you an FBI question. Is there something that we should have asked you that we didn't, and you want to talk about it?
Yes. We need to raise a lot of money for this engagement because it's costing us a lot of money. If we're able to get $1 from everyone on your radio station or those listening, we will be able to get our artists and pay. This is a very expensive venture. So I'm asking you to please give me a call. I need for you to assist me in propagating what we're doing. We have a GoFundMe program. We have several programs. We want you to participate. How can you participate? When you call me, I'll be able to share with you exactly what we would like for you to do, and your name, your interest, your information. You will be a part of the founding organization, that when we're gone, your name will be there to say that you were a participant in bringing this operation into fruition.
Have you reached out to the churches and the community? I know you said you reached out to former Congresswoman Una Clark, and I think you reached out to her daughter as well. But have you reached out to the churches? Because Brooklyn full of church,
Yeah, man, I went so. Yeah, man, I went so. We have been reaching out to many of them, yes. Let me just back up something with Dr. Clark. She initiated this. She's the one why we are propagating and moving forward with this operation. She was the first Jamaican council member in New York, and we are piggybacking on her glory. Man, she's a fantastic woman, Dr. Una Clark. Fantastic woman. And our gratitude goes out to her. Thank you so very much, Dr. Clark. I hope you're listening to the Rattigan show to hear what we're discussing, how important it is to know that the initiation of your political endeavor is why we are here.
All right. Well, look, we're going to have you on between now and the time we have the event. We're going to have you on several times because we need to get the support behind this. Like I said, I support it. Personally, I support it. So I will do whatever I can, and I'll try and encourage others as well. And God willing, we will have a successful inaugural concert, and it will spawn into an annual event. Well, the intention is for it to be an annual event, and it will grow with each passing year. And like you said, people remember the founding fathers and mothers of this thing. And that should be inspiration for others to come aboard.
Yeah, so just to remind our listeners, the website is JamaicanDayParade.org.
JamaicanDayParade.org.
Yes, sir.
People, I'll ask producer Joan if she can put it up on the screen as well. We do have your number on the screen, so people reach out to Dr. Bill. His number is 718-753-9920. Again, the number is 718-753-9920, and we will keep flighting the number and his details so that as a constant reminder that there is an event that needs your support and your assistance, and we're going to continue to do it because this thing, it have to be successful.
Yeah, man.
We have so much Jamaicans living in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
and not
man.
only within the 5 boroughs and outside the 5 boroughs, but particularly in Brooklyn. If just the people alone in Brooklyn come out for this thing, we're nice.
We're looking at 120,000 people. That's what we are like to have. 120,000.
Wow. Hey, I like your ambition, brother.
Yeah,
like your ambition. Yeah. So look, Dr. Bill, big up yourself.
Big up yourself.
We're going to be talking to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, my brothers. Brother Kevin, thank you so much. Thank you, Joan.
Blessings.
Thank you, Brother Rattigan.
All right. Take care of yourself, my brother. All right. Kevin, I must say something here. Oh, look at this. Look at this one here. Now that Daniel...
I saw that earlier. I saw that.
On the PNP, should another party to be formed? Well, whoever you are, let me explain something to you. If you've watched this program, if you've really watched this program, you'll understand that the level of beating down that I've done on the JLP far exceeds what I'm doing with the PNP. All I'm doing with the PNP is saying this: look, you made a mistake, right? Because you're complaining about, and if you look at how the program has been streamlined today, we started showing how obnoxious this woman is, meaning the Speaker of the House. We started showing how disrespectful she is to speak about Chairman Bunting and the rest of the PAAC. We started showing that, and so we ended up saying, well, how did she get here? How did she get here? And that's how we ended up saying PNP seconded it. That's a fact. We're not beating down on anybody. We're just saying that you can't come now and say, well, you have two branches of government sleeping in the same bed. You can't do that if you seconded it. What they should have done is said, look, we're staying out of this, because they should have made the argument at the time and said, look, we disagree with this idea of having 2 branches of government under one roof. We cannot support it, tradition or not. That's what they should have said. But you can't come later on and say, we disagree with it after you second it. And then the argument is that, well, tradition. And then you come and say, well, it's a break from tradition to have the Speaker and the Prime Minister, husband and wife team. You can't have it both ways. You cannot. So, Daniel, with all due respect, I'm not beating down on the PNP. And you say, should another party to be formed? It tells me that you're not watching the program. It tells me you're not watching the program. And we welcome you if you're a first-time listener. And if you're a long-time listener, then you certainly missed our thing. And we won't get to it today, it looks like. Because now we're going to, you talk about beat down, now we're going to beat down Mr. Vaz and the bus program. So if you think the PNP got a beat down a while ago, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. All right? So, and then
Someone say, I need a parade to hold the government accountable.
We had 4.
There were 3. Four.
Yeah,
4.
Years ago. I should have bring the t-shirt. We had 4, right? And we were gaining traction on them, but some make us say, how do I know they're sleeping in the same bed? Well, under the same roof. We're not. It's a way of speaking. I don't know if they're sleeping in the same bed or the same bedroom, but I know they have the same address. How about that?
Yeah.
That's where we are. But people, listen. It's okay for us to disagree. It's okay for us to disagree because we're not robots. Everybody has a mind, and everybody's supposed to think things through, not act like trained seals, not act because somebody trained you to think a certain way or trained you to answer questions a certain way, that you just do it without thinking. No, we can have reasonable discussion and we can have disagreement. We can agree to disagree. That's fine, because I guarantee you that you will, if you live a long life, prosperous or otherwise, you will not find a person that you agree with on every single subject. It's not going to happen. That's not human nature. That's not you. And I know I'm spending a little bit of time to try and address what you said, but I hope you understand the value of what I'm saying to you, because I understand the value of where you're coming from. Because you're seeing it like okay, he might beat up PNP, right? And I'm trying to explain to you that it's not about beating up PNP. They made a mistake. They made a mistake. And so it's disingenuous for them to complain and pretend as if they had nothing to do with her being there. I agree with those who say, look, the JLP is a majority party and she would have gotten it anyway. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying let them do it. But then what you do, you nominate Warmington or nominate somebody else in the party who you think would have been a better speaker and then make them fight it out. That's what you do. But you don't join them and then you want to separate yourself from them later on. All right, enough of that. All right. Kevin, you're going to have to play. You're going to have to play this.
Oh, I wanted to refresh. Go ahead and refresh your browser real quick. It's gonna kick you off, but just come right back on. Yeah. OT, I guess as soon as he comes back on, you can bring him back up on screen for me, please. And thanks. There we go. And you can try it now and see what we get as I reconnect to your computer.
Oh, wait. Kevin, where you gone? Wow. Kevin, where there? Oops. Hold on, folks. Hold on. We're going to touch up. Well, I shouldn't say that way. We're going to beat Mr. Vaz now. We're going to beat him and we're going to show some inconsistencies with his story about the rural school bus program and how people did not get value for money. Hold on. Let me just Kevin Stew into studio. Okay, hold on. I don't know what happened a while ago, Kev.
He was just supposed to refresh his computer. How am I refresh mine?
Okay, all right, fine.
Oh, you didn't. I don't know how I ended up getting disconnected.
No, I'm just putting people. Bear with me. We're just putting back the.
Throw up one and see if it works.
I'll put up one and see if it works. Okay, all right, hold on. Oh yeah. DJ Kevin Stew.
Chill.
Hold on, people.
Kevin, you're so good.
DJ Kevin Stew. The man said, no, chew. Hold on. Chicken Boss. We have all of them up here. Let me. Let me see. Advance.
You don't put about much at once, you want to put about a few and then run with those.
Let me just share the screen and then pull the letter.
Yeah.
All right.
And people, as you hear him and see him there looking distracted, he's very focused, and I'm super proud of. I keep telling y'all this. I'm super proud of his advancement. He has gained confidence in pulling things up. He still has his reservations. We're working on him. He's a work in progress.
Indeed.
But as you see him here, look, people, the man doing things on his own. Remember 3 years ago, not a thing he would touch.
And there are still things that I won't touch. You're right. Just I'm afraid to touch them because I'm afraid the screen disappear. She's right. All right. Folks, listen. What we're going to do now, we're going to talk a little bit about the school bus program. We have another 12 minutes. I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. Don't think we're going to finish it, but that's fine. We're trying to educate our people, let them understand what's going on. First, we need to start with this. All right, we can move that. No, here's what happened. We're going to start we're going to jump around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you something that we did. And I said, we did this in September. This is just my contribution, but many of you in the chat did the same thing that I did. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of what you sent to the Auditor General, but I know that a lot of you did. Let's start with this. All right. Now, when the thing started, meaning the bus, the 1.4 billion, 110 buses, I was very concerned because the stories just didn't jive. The stories that I heard from the government, different individuals within the government, including the Prime Minister, it just didn't make any sense to me at all. So here's what I did. I said, you know what? I'm going to write to the Auditor General and ask for a special audit. And this is what, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just some of it. I said, my name is Will Rattigan, and I respectfully request that the Auditor General conduct a special audit of the current rural school bus program. Why current? Because there were many iterations of this. Going back to 2010, 2011, 2015, 2017. So, and I said, because I tried to get on the Auditor General's website, I couldn't. But anyway, I got somebody. And I said, regarding the program, I have reviewed interviews of Prime Minister Holness and Minister Vaz, reviewed the Public Procurement Act and the amendments, reviewed the Financial Administration and Audit Act, reviewed and researched documents pertaining to the first shipment of 26 buses that recently arrived in Jamaica, interviewed individuals who are associated with the U.S. school bus programs and the buses purchased by the Jamaican government, and I have conducted extensive background on some of the individuals involved in the procurement and approval processes. Receipts. We have the receipts. And I said, based on on the aforementioned, based on everything I just told you, and my experience as an FBI special agent for approximately 30 years, I suspect that there are elements of administrative violations, fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption involved in the procurement of these buses. I do not seek anonymity, and I'm willing to share my work product with your organization. All right? So that's what I sent in September. And like I said, many of you sent letters as well. And based on that, the Auditor General gave credit in a unique way. She said, normally she would say that a source, one person, said something or whatever. But in this case, many of us wrote. I'm just only one person. Many of us wrote to her, including the leader of the opposition, lest we forget. He wrote to her as well and said, I need, not only her, he wrote to the Integrity Commission. I think he wrote to FID, wrote to the Auditor General, wrote to several pertinent agencies and said, look, listen, we need to take stock of what happened and what is happening and what is about to happen, because this is just phase 1, phase 2 of the program. This is something that's going to go on for a while. So the Auditor General, she's now going to look into this matter, and we are
boys and their toys.
We're so happy that she's going to do it, because we believe that Jamaicans did not get value for money. We truly believe that. And so we need her, with her independent self, to go in and examine the facts, or examine the incident, examine the payment, examine everything, and then bring a report to the entire Jamaican people, and by extension, the world, because not just Jamaicans looking at this. So that is what We did. Now I want to play you a video. Where is it? Servicing the buses. All right. Listen to this, people. Because what we're going to do is we're going to play the video and we're going to show you the contradictions, the disingenuous nature of these people and how these people, they lie. They lie to us. And many of us were not paying close attention to what's being said. And I hope the Auditor General and or her team, they're watching. Because we're going to share some stuff with them. Here we go.
Can get an alert in our bus operations center if a driver is going above the speed limit, and we can actually make an intervention at the same time.
Who manages the monitoring system? Is it JUTC or do you have a provider?
It's a joint endeavor between the JUTC and the providers who are LHO.
So the providers and JUTC, and this is housed at
the Lindhurst Road bus depot. Yes.
In terms of your parish, I know you have private maintenance providers in some parishes. Can you tell me a little bit about the arrangement? Is it with El Hydro or is it with JUTC?
All the arrangements up to this point for bus servicing and maintenance at the pillars around the country are between El Hydro and third parties. El Hydro will have a contract in place with the JUTC come April 1 for bus servicing and maintenance. But as at right now and up to the end of March, all arrangements are between El Hydro and their third-party contractors.
So come.
Listen carefully now. Hear what I'm saying. The maintenance, El Hydro, and third-party people until the end of this month. And then at the beginning of next month, El Hydro will have it exclusively. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen, write it down.
Turn up a little bit that third channel.
Eh?
Turn up that third channel just a little bit.
A contract between El Hydro and the JUTC.
That is correct, sir.
Was this can you tell me a little bit about the procurement, the process for that particular contract?
This is a part of the overall approval process for the procurement of the buses. It actually came with a bus delivery, servicing and maintenance component up to the end of March this year. Thereafter, the JUTC will take over the maintenance costs, and hence we'll enter into a contract with the
people. This is the second time I'm saying the service contract comes with the bus and runs until July, and then after July, then El Hydro. And by the way, El Hydro is
liquid detergent.
It's what them call them?
Petroleum.
The business of providing buses or buying buses or facilitating.
The chemical business.
They're in the chemical business. All right, let's go.
Providers.
You're going to contract.
Who are the same people.
Mm-hmm. In terms of the new buses that you contemplate, yes, will a similar, I know they will be dispersed across the country as well. Will a similar arrangement be in place with the current service provider, or will you be?
Let's stop it right there. Let's stop it right there. Remember what I'm saying? Oh, the service comes with the bus, and it's good until March. Listen to this. Buzz interview one day.
Mr. Vaz, the role that El Hydro played in the importation process and why they were selected as the logistics facilitator for the buses.
Oh, you know what? Let me go to the first one. Hold on. Let me go to the first one. What's this first? 2. Okay, here we go. Oh, I forgot to move one. All right.
Industrial lubricants, just for a little bit of overview. El Hydro, industrial lubricants, fluids, greases, oils, chemicals, natural gases.
There
That's
you
your
go.
business.
Not involved in the transportation business.
No.
All right. The first video.
So the cost now, Minister Vaz, that $1.4 billion, it has become a talking point in debates with some people arguing that the buses will cost $1.4 billion. Can you clarify what the $1.4 billion covers?
Again, I've done it about 5 times, and I'm going to do it again for you. And if I have to do it 50 times, I'm going to do it. And if I have to go on a program for the next 3 months, 24/7, 365, I'll do it, because guess what? It's important.
Just not this one.
The $1.4 billion is the same $1.4 billion that the PNP is proposing to spend to give 20,000 families $2,500 a week paid to the taxi man or the whoever man, I don't know. This situation is different. We are buying assets, 110 buses. We have to pay inland freight to get them to the locations, most of them Miami or New York, which is quite an expensive feat. We have to pay sea freight to get them to Jamaica. That also is expensive based on the size and the dimensions of the buses. Then we have to pay duty, albeit concessionary duty for government. Then we are buying 1 year worth of spare parts. Then we are putting in place a service contract for 3 years that is to the specifications that are being carried out by the Department of Transport.
Hold on a second. We're putting in place a 3 years. The manager, Mr. Ellington, didn't say that. Him said the contract on the buses, certain maintenance contracts, and they go down till the end of March, and then them go in another contract with the El Hydro. But he never said anything about a 3-year contract. Well, hold on a second there. Hold on. Listen to this.
Let me just go back in history. The JLP under Mike Henry tried to introduce, we had 230 buses. The order for the 65, and it was scuttled. The 13, JUTC tried to do the same thing, and this one is not going to fail. What I can say to you very clearly and categorically is that they have gotten the backlash from the people of Jamaica. And now they are using their bloggers to spread mischief and propaganda because they can't open their mouth again. These are the facts. The 110 buses will arrive in Jamaica between now and the end of July.
First lie. The 110 buses will be in Jamaica by the end of July. We know that to be a lie because guess what? He just mentioned this year that's only 82 buses out of the 110 in Jamaica. And we're not even sure about the 82, but we know that it's not 110. Why? Because he had no reason to say it's 82 if he wanted to, if it really was 110. He would be bragging about it, say yeah, everything came in July, but he knows that we can count. He know we can count and we know for the intelligence work. So he might come out clean and says 82.
26 are here and 14 are being cleared tomorrow. That put us at 40. And the rest of them will come on weekly shipments from Miami over the next 3 weeks. So that is a done deal. The cost is $1.4 billion. The $1.4 billion covers the cost of the buses, the inland transport to get them to the ports in Miami, the freight, sea freight from Miami to Kingston, the retrofitting of the doors, and also the refurbishing. It also covers 1 year maintenance, which is going to be done under the strictest.
So first we hear from this gentleman here saying it's going to go until March, and then they're going to have another contract. Then we hear from the minister said it's 3 years, and now him said one. Which is it, people?
But all right, In chronological order, how were these statements made? Because we know the one about March, the contract ending and El Hydro taking over. We know that statement was just weeks ago. So we know that one is the most recent one.
Right.
So
yeah, I think
this
it was.
one,
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
This one with a 1-year contract and the one before of the 3-year contract. Which one came first?
Kev, I have to go back and check. But if I'm not mistaken, and I'm open to being fully corrected, people, I'm open to being fully corrected. I believe the first one, the one with, when say a 1-year contract, I think that came first, followed by a 3-year contract. I know we have Mr. Ellington saying that, no, the contract up in the end of this month. And then them have another contract now we're going to come with the El Hydro, which is part and parcel of this and that. People know, you see what go on. This is what go on. You see what go on. Hold on, Kevin. I have something here. Hold on. Let me play this quickly for the people. The cost of the buses, servicing. There's one here where they're talking about it was Nikisha Burchell. Let me see if we can find that interview there, Kevin. That is a critical interview. The one with Burchell. All right, here we go, people. Ooh, I have to remove one of them. Then remove this one. We have so many things here. Here we go. Nikisha Burchell. Oh, and by the way, something. You see this young lady, Nikisha Burchell. Watch her. Watch her. This lady is sharp as a tack. Believe me. She's going to become a leader in the party fairly soon. When I say fairly soon, maybe in terms of election cycle, maybe not the next election cycle, but the one after that. So we're talking like maybe another 8-9 years, right?
If she continues.
First time in Parliament. And I'm telling you, I've been watching her and watching the questions and watching, there is one where she's talking to Azan. Azan is a veteran. And she's kind of helping him to formulate his questions when he came under the pressure from the speaker. And you hear when the speaker said earlier in the PAAC that some members just come and they might craft questions from Chat GPT and this and that. Fling our words. We believe that it's Nikisha Burchell shut up because Nikisha Burchell was the one at that meeting who started kind of like take them on and the words that came out of the speakers, it was the deputy speaker who was talking to talking to Peter, and she said to him, I'm trying to assist you. Nikisha Burchell said it to Heroy Clark. She said, I'm trying to assist you while he was trying to engage Peter Bunting. And he said, I don't need you to assist me. And then the speaker said, she's rude. She's damn rude too. Yeah. And she was sitting like 4 seats away from her. So everybody heard that. So we knew it was a problem. And then remember, she had a problem too about the dress code in Parliament because she was, to our words, because Nikisha had have like a low-cut thing. Look nice. But she started complaining that, under the rules, you're supposed to dress a certain way and blah, blah, blah. So there is brewing tension between these two. But listen to this.
Nikisha catching eyes all kind of ways. And I'll tell you this. I'll say this to everybody. She visited my church one day. She was in town. She visited. I pulled her one side and I said, are you in this for personal gain or are you really for the people? And she said, no, I'm all about the people. And I said, you better be, because listen, if by any means we find that you are not doing by the people, you will be exposed.
Indeed.
Mark my words.
Indeed.
So far, she's been doing well.
No, Kevin, I've been watching her, and I'm telling you, overall, I'm very pleased with the way she conducts herself. She, of course, I mean, everybody make mistakes. I've seen where she's made some, what you call rookie mistakes, but believe me, people, believe me, if she make one mistake, she make like 1,000 right moves. I mean, this lady here, Nikisha Burchell, and there's another one, Zelika Jess from, I think, St. Elizabeth, another one to watch. And then you have Newell. I mean, on the PNP side, they have some outstanding young people. Outstanding young people. But enough said. Let's watch how she's going to make this money, Mr. former police commissioner, or she'll make him run up in a trouble with us. What you know?
Thank you.
Ms. Burchell.
Thank you. Thank you, PS. Thank you, Director. And I must say, I'm happy to be here today to be able to learn from.
And let me show you some people. You see the lady in the pink right here? That's the Speaker of the House, right? And you see where Nikisha Burchell is sitting. She's sitting like 1, 2, 3, maybe
at the end of the same row.
You see him roll. So, and they were in the same position when she said she ball out in the parliament that she rude and she damn rude too. That's not how you conduct yourself. And you know, Mr. Bunting, we have to have a serious talk with you because you cannot allow these things to happen. You cannot allow these things to happen. This lady came in there with apparently with the purpose of disrupting the meeting because she started talk over you, she started talk out of turn, she started hurling insults. You cannot let you get away with this, sir. You cannot. Anyway, Ms. Burchell, pick up yourself. Here we go.
I'm happy to be here today to be able to learn from what you've been sharing with us because there's a lot of information out there that is conflicting and confusing, and this PAAC through 73A gives us that opportunity to really follow the money and see where the value is redounding to the benefit of the students. I must tell you that before I came here, I canvassed the views of some of our principals in Western Jamaica, and being a rural MP, this is very important. So, Chairman, I'm going to ask some questions, and then you can stop me when I'm out of time.
All right. Before we're going to further, somebody said, Taylor said, don't forget ISAT. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. But that goes without saying. ISAT, brilliant, a brilliant boy. That everybody knew ISAT, but not everybody knew about Nikisha Burchell. So, but anyway, thanks for bringing it up. Should have mentioned it and shouldn't take it for granted that everybody knows about ISAT. And if you know, big up all of the brilliant people in the party. All right, continue.
Right. I'm going to go back a little. I don't know if this is Director or PS, but from the research I've seen and the information swirling, it is said that the buses entered Jamaica without the pre-inspection certificates.
You hear the question? You hear or at least you hear the topic that she wants to discuss, the pre-inspection certificates. I want you to listen to them answer.
Which are normally required under Jamaica motor vehicle import policy. That's information. So I want you to clarify for me, right? Why, if that was the case, why was the pre-shipment inspection certificate requirement waived for these buses? And if they were waived, who waived it? I'm going to ask. Okay.
The buses are inspected.
Sorry?
There was no waiver of the inspection report, and when they come in as well, the ITA, Island Traffic Authority, has to certify the buses.
She asked her about pre-inspection certificate, not report. There's a difference because guess what? It was carried in the newspaper in Jamaica that the certificate was waived. The pre-inspection certificate was waived. We're not talking about a report now. We're talking about a certificate was waived. But now this lady, see what this lady did? She asked about certificate, and this lady deftly start talk about report. We're going to show you something.
As well, before the JUTC can put them into their system.
So the pre-certification was done overseas before they came here. By whom?
The first set of buses, the JUTC had a team going out with the supplier of the buses, and they looked at the buses to ensure that we were getting what is in the contract. Thereafter, the supplier was expected to ensure that he's providing us with what is in the contract. And when the buses get here, the supplier ensures with the JUTC, there's a post-shipment inspection report before the buses are handed over to the JUTC. And when the buses are retrofitted, the JUTC also, with the ITA, ensure that they fit within our local regulations.
So they would have checked on the mechanics and stuff and diff and all of that before it got here. So the fact that they came means that the JUTC.
All right, just something I noticed. When she asked her the question, Nikisha, she should let her answer. She shouldn't just ask the question and then jump in on another question. Make them answer the question. This is what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go back.
So the fact that they came means that the JUTC and their inspectors assured the government that these were suitable for us.
ITA ensure that they fit within our local regulations.
So they would have checked on the mechanics and stuff and diff and all of that before it got here. So
all right, so make sure you answer the question. Don't jump on to another one. You ask her now about diff and things like that. Make sure you answer. We have the answer around here. Make sure you answer so we can compare answers.
So the fact that they came means that the JUTC and their inspectors assured the government that these were suitable for us here.
Let me back up. The first set of buses, the JUTC with the suppliers ensured that based on what was signed in the contract, those buses, the supplier was giving us what was required. Having done that, the supplier now would work with those specifications, and so when the buses come in, they would then be a post-shipment inspection.
Okay, so who laid out the specifications then in the contract? Because if JUTC was just checking off.
No, JUTC, when the proposal came, assessed the proposal for the technical requirements, and so would have...
See, this is nonsense about technical requirements, pure nonsense. And then also, why is it that you would have a pre-shipment inspection? So they inspect the buses just before they go on to the vessel, and then when they reach Jamaica, you have another inspection when they come off of the vessel. Wouldn't it make sense for the government? Wouldn't it make sense though for the government to say, listen, we're giving you a contract to provide these buses. If the buses arrive in Jamaica and they're not, they don't match up the specifications, they could put that in the contract that we will not accept delivery. So then it becomes incumbent upon the supplier, the contractor, the facilitator, whatever you want to call it, Elijah. You would have made them know, it would be incumbent on them to make sure that the buses are in working order. You shouldn't have to travel to Miami to go inspect the buses, and then when the buses reach Jamaica, you inspect the buses again, and then there's a third inspection by the Island Traffic, whatever authority. It makes absolutely no sense. No sense.
Ensured that we were getting buses that they were satisfied with. The ITA was also involved to ensure, because when the buses were retrofitted, the doors were moved and other things were moved, because they would have to be in line with our requirements.
No, Mrs. Cross, if I could assist for clarification, the pre-inspection was to say that the overseas pre-inspection was to say that the buses met the the specifications.
Yes.
But I think you're referring to the mechanical inspection for the roadworthiness of the
Like the
vehicles. When was that done?
Look, Mr. Bunting, don't get caught up in the semantics and the obfuscation. It's very simple. Don't get caught up with technical and mechanical. What should have happened is that the Jamaican government should say to the contractor, whoever it was, you bring the buses here. This is what we want on the buses. And you bring the buses here. And if the buses are not up to specification, we will not accept delivery. So that's on you to make sure that the buses are delivered with the specifications based on the contract. That's it. We not forget about, we do a technical examination and then we do a mechanical examination and then we did this and we did that. No.
Are we sure as bright as ChatGPT?
That would be done when the buses got here and because the refurbishing had a set of things that you need to do. You need to change tires, you need to change all the aspects of the mechanics that must get the buses out there, and so they would have to be checked for roadworthiness based on the standards of the JUTC.
Okay. All right. You hear that? They have to change tires and have to make sure that everything it's roadworthy and all of that. Remember that. Let me move her for now. Or maybe we shall listen to her a little bit more. Let me say something now.
That's the Island Traffic Authority. That's the point I'm trying to get. Is the Island Traffic Authority is the agency that certifies them as being roadworthy. That's just the point I'm trying to.
All right, so let's talk about the cost and the value for money.
Mm-hmm. Let me stop right there, sir, and then come forward. No, Professor, look at this. All right. We showed this on Wednesday, and we asked a bunch of questions. They provided answers, but we're not satisfied. And then here's one question that I'm really digging into. Number 11. Number 11. Please provide documentation evidencing that Minister Vaz was involved in the procurement of the buses, because we have him saying that him involved in it. He was intimately involved in it. We have statements to that effect. Here's a response. The ministry has no records or documentation indicating that Minister Vaz was involved in the procurement of the 110 buses. That is not the evidence we have. We have information coming out of the minister's mouth that he purchased. He was intimately involved with it because him cross all the T's and dot all the I's because him name Vaz and people call up him name and all of that. We're digging into that. Now, let's go down here. All right. You hear them talk about, you hear Nikisha ask her about an inspection certificate. Look at what they provide here now. JUTC. Report on pre-shipment inspection. It's not the same thing. Of 26 used American school buses. Location, Port of Miami. We know that's not true because we know all of the 26. We know that the entire complement of 26 buses did not leave the Port of Miami. All right, let me see something now. But the thing then, at least one that we're aware of came from Port Canaveral. Mm-hmm. We're sure of at least one. But they say all 26 come from the Port of Miami. Not true. Now, look at this. They said that they were there, purpose of visit to conduct a pre-shipment inspection. Let me draw for Kevin favorite color. And on my color, Kevin color, to conduct a pre-shipment inspection of a sampling for 26 used American school buses. What that mean? What does that mean? Conduct a pre-shipment inspection of a sampling for 26. Wouldn't it say conduct a pre-shipment inspection of 26 used American school buses? Why this word sampling? I don't understand that. Because why would you want to take a sample out of the 20? Wouldn't you want to inspect all of the buses? Remember now, the purpose of this is to carry our children safely and securely to and from school. So why would you do a sampling? I don't understand that. But here we are, team. Now look at this. They have El Hydro team and they have JUTC team. Now my question is, why do you have JUTC team there? It's El Hydro that's responsible for bringing in the buses, although we later heard that the minister said that it's the ministry that brought the buses in. Again, confusion. But my argument is that the JUTC team should be there when the buses arrive to say, okay, we're going to go through the buses now, and they should have the contract in their hand. They should have the contract in their hand and then do the inspection and say, okay, and check off things as they go along. So they said each bus, so we have Mr. Ratcliffe Brown and Ratcliffe Morgan and Barrington Brown from JUTC, and Mr. Paul Brown and Mr. Paul Abrams from El Hydro. See, Mr. Paul Abrams, outside advisor. I don't know what that. But anyway, here's the inspection scope. They look at mechanical condition, including, which means they have other things that they looked at as far as the mechanical inspection. So it says including. It should also say, but not limited to. But including engine startup, transmission, brakes, and cooling systems. Then they go to body and exterior. Right, so. Then they go to chassis and undercarriage. Then here are the findings. Here are the findings. All 26 buses were found to be mechanically sound. Engines started without issue and no major leaks or operational defects were observed. Steering, braking systems, and transmission components functioned as expected. How you know this without driving the bus for an extended period? I mean, you just start it and say, get start, and we don't see no I tell you what, I drove my bus probably a greater distance than they did these buses. If they did buses, right? No, there it is, the body condition, right here, and they did the chassis and the undercarriage. And look at the conclusion. All 26 buses met the required standards for export and operational readiness. Remember that. Operational readiness, meaning that they can land and go. But correct. They have 2 more inspections when they reach Jamaica. They have the post shipment and they have the island traffic, whatever. They're going to do one for roadworthiness. But here it is, they said they're ready for integration into the fleet and that the inspection team is satisfied with the overall condition of the units. The buses have been cleared for shipment. Okay. Recommendations. Here it is. On arrival in Jamaica, conduct a secondary post-arrival inspection prior to registration and deployment. So they're telling you we're going to have a second. And then they also had a third. And they had the supporting documentation. Now, here are the buses. What you're going to hear from Minister Vaz is that these buses, the average, I think he said the average is, I have to go back and look. I think he said that the average buses, they're like 20, I think he said 2015. Giving you the impression that the buses are only 10 years old. But look at this. The 26 buses, out of the 26, I think 13 of them are 2010s. And then look at the 2015s. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4 2015 buses, 5 2015 buses, 5 out of 26. So if you have 5 buses out of 26 at 2015, or you get average to be 2015. He may have said 2010, but that's even worse because now the buses are 15 years old and the average lifespan of these buses about 12 to 13 years.
Correct.
The buses have reached the end of their useful life before they were shipped to Jamaica. See that? So, here are the buses. And they give you the mileage. But remember, in America, how do they retire a bus? They retire a bus based on mileage or year of manufacture. How old the bus is. Whichever comes first. It's not and, it's or. So all of these buses, all of these 20 buses should not have been in Jamaica. And you will hear him say that, oh, they did it because the US government, they were trying to replenish the fleet and blah, blah. Foolishness. We'll show you why they got rid of it. Now, here's a pre-inspection checklist. Now, that's a 2014 bus. We did this on Wednesday night. Bear with us, Wednesday night, folks. Look at this. Just take 19. They said the tires on the buses, tread depth, matching inflation. Okay. All right. Look at this one. That's a 2015 bus. Got a 19 tires, tread depth, matching inflation. Okay. What one is this now? This is another 2014. Kevin, I'm going to ask you to do something that I asked Sister Maria to do for me on Wednesday. Tell me when to stop so we can just pick a bus. So we just do it randomly.
This is all 26 of them?
Just tell me when to stop. So we just pick a bus and go to number 19.
Okay, stop now.
All right. And by the way, people, remember them say sampling. It's the whole 26 right here. All right. We'll go to 19. Here it is right here. Tires, tread depth, matching, inflation. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if that is okay, I want you to tell me how this happened.
People, see the garbage our Prime Minister buy? See it, the people? The garbage our Prime Minister buy? Right in Mandible, Greenville Center, Community Center, that. Look at it. What a disgrace.
Provost.
My God. This taxpayer money take go by? My God. What a disgrace. I have to go big water. See it there? I have to go big water because I don't have enough water. Look at it. Go big water, see it there? You got big water. Oh my God. Eh? Gonna beg the gas station water. For train hour. Eh?
By the way, people.
That is not tire.
Wait. No. That's not tire, but may I show some things. What the tire one then? I not see the tire one. You can't find the tire one for me?
It's there.
Find the tire one for me there. While you find the tire one, let me show them another one. I think there are another two. There's a hold on a second. Let me show you. Okay, I found it.
Okay.
You know, we have an abundance of riches around here, you know, because when you have so much things for sure, it's just amazing. All right, here we go. Kevin said show the tire one. All right.
All the wheel ain't rotten right now. This scary for the pit of them, man. Watch out. To show you how long them about to park up. Yeah, man. See it? Watch out. Yeah, man. I just passed me right at top of Spur Tree a while. See that come up. See it there? Throw them in that par. And gone left one. Real old bus then go by, man. Real old bus. Watch it. Yeah, man, and I come full Jamaican. No can't trick you know? Yeah, man, no can't trick you.
All right. We have another one.
So inspect all of the tire them, or inspect one tire until I say it okay?
That's a good question.
Curious. I'm very curious.
That's a good question. There is another one on where's the one on Hope Road?
Hope Ubuntu, thank you for that comment. Ubuntu says water in those engines is a no-no.
It's a
Which is
no-no.
true. Those engines, you put water in the radiator and you're likely to damage the engine beyond repair. And
Okay.
so the engine, you have to put a specific coolant in that vehicle.
Here's the other.
See one more of the old fart, yeah. See one of the old wife, yeah. See one of the old wife, them the Hope Road that broke down. Broke down because traffic. See that? One of the old wife, them broke down. See them, yeah? Right in the middle road. Ratted clot. Look on tire, look on wheel.
But this is side. How are this, man? How are this?
How are they?
Can't make it up. You cannot make it up. Make we continue.
I heard some different figures today, but the program, based on the research I did last night, said $1.4 billion is what it cost us for about 110 buses. Then I heard some other figure here today. I think I'm a little unclear on that. But that initial set of buses that came to Jamaica, what was the average acquisition cost? So including that, you know what you pay them for the bus, but the maintenance package or whatever else you needed, the retrofitting costs, what did it cost us to land and get on the road one of those buses?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Member. So the bus cost and freight is $543,455,500. The brokerage fee, $108,691,100. The bus refurbishing, I'm seeing here $297,655,000.
Well, on there before, since we are jump all over the place, Kevin. Let me just go to. Is this the first interview with Darrell Vaz? Vaz interview is this the first one? Let me see.
Proposal was received from El Hydro. It was evaluated.
Hold on. Let me go down and show you something.
That are specifically designed and manufactured for the safety of school children.
And speaking of that, Minister Vaz, on the matter of safety, the Gleaner reported yesterday as well that the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived for the buses, with the trade board noting that the motor vehicle, allow me to finish and then I'll allow you to respond as well, that the Motor Vehicle Import Committee granted this under what they described as compelling circumstances. So I wanted to ask if the pre-shipment inspection certificates were waived and the compelling circumstances that led to this.
Absolutely. So I'll get to that. Let me just finish what I was saying. So phase one was what we called an emergency. And the quickest and easiest methodology was to bring them from the United States. The second phase is going to be to complete the rollout of the 600 and odd schools, because this is only 258. And now that we have this 110, we now have all the time to properly scour.
The people, when he's saying this, look at the date, 7/14. He said, now that we have 110. And remember what he said, the 110 would come by the end of July. And then in 2026, I think January or February, he said, no, we only have 80-something. Lie.
For the globe and look at all the options that may be available that would be would take time. Either time to manufacture, whatever it is. The bottom line is that we are not sold solely on this methodology, because obviously it has its challenges in terms of the door and left-hand drive, etc. But this was a decision made to be in a position to roll out in September 25, and this was the only option available to meet the timeline. Mm-hmm. So I want to make that clear. So this is not the next phase doesn't have to be an extension of these buses, particular buses. We will now go and do the proper research, meaning spend the time to look through the globe, look at Asia, look at Europe.
Why you never did that in the beginning, Minister Vaz? You knew that there was an issue regarding the rural school issue, meaning that it was needed. You got to the ministry. The transportation sector was incorporated in your ministry in 2020 or 2023. You got this in May of 2023. But this is an issue that has been lingering out there for a while. So all of a sudden now it's an emergency.
Look at UK, look at all the jurisdictions and see what they do and what are the comparisons in terms of what we have in Jamaica. So that's, I wanted to make that point. The other point that I want to make now is again reminding you my previous position, other than in my current position, which was in the automobile industry. The Department of Transport in the United States sets criteria for all states to follow in relation to the annual and in some cases biannual inspection of all school buses. Mm-hmm. Those are by certified persons, companies in each state that has the recognition of the Department of Transport. All of these buses have 2025 inspection, meaning that they have passed to be able to be fit and proper to run in the United States of America. Therefore, that is a specialized inspection for a specialized vehicle. Secondly, we sent a team up there from the ministry and JUTC engineers, because we have a fleet of hundreds of buses, so they know exactly what to look for. Thirdly, when the buses arrived here, they have to be inspected by the Island Traffic Authority in order for a certificate of fitness to be issued so that they can be registered to drive on the roads. That's 3 inspections. The reason for the waiver of the trade board is that trade board...
You hear him say? The reason for the waiver. So they did waive it. So when this lady come out and not give the impression, but no, give the impression that it wasn't waived. It was waived, people.
Wave bye-bye to the money. Yeah, that wave. Bye-bye.
Cockmouth Kilcock. It was waived. It was waived.
Has appointed a private outfit overseas that does use vehicles. All of the vehicles coming from Japan and those places, they are not sanctioned by the Department of Transport in relation to school buses, and there is a completely inferior inspection as it relates to buses. They inspect used motor vehicles across the board, and we import maybe 1,000, 2,000 a month. So that's what they do. And therefore, it would have been a waste of taxpayers' money because the report that they would generate would not come to the criteria that is required by the Department of Transport, as they are not certified in relation to school buses. So again, I tick all the boxes. You know why? Because I know my name is the easiest name to call. And therefore, anything that Daryl Vaz does, he does it not only to the best of his ability, but he makes sure that he ticks off all the boxes that are required to make sure that in this case we get value for money. They talk about these buses were decommissioned.
Hold on a second. C. John McCarthy. He said a private. The question is, where is the certificate? Private or public? Where's the certificate? That's a question Nikisha Burchell asked, and that's a question this lady just asked him. Was it waived? And you hear his answer. He said, yes, it was waived. But that's not the answer we got from the lady who was sitting there. That's not the answer we got from her. Now, make we hear him say about the buses, the age of the buses.
Again, another wicked, evil piece of information. All of them have 2025 inspection stickers by the Department of Transport, appointed inspectors in every state that they were bought from. Yes? So that is absolute rubbish. And secondly, they have Cummins diesel engines that have a life of up to 500,000 miles, and a Allison transmission, one of the best transmissions known, and Cummins diesel engines, internationally renowned. The highest mileage on a bus is 170,000 kilometers. The lowest is about 60,000. They are doing 15 to 20,000 miles per year because they travel in the morning and the evening and are not regular buses that are plying the routes 12 to 18 hours a day. Therefore, if you do the math, you will see that these bus engines and transmissions have between 10 and 15 years of life left for the Jamaican people to benefit from. I go further. The average age of the buses is 10 years old.
You hear that? He's right. The average age is 10 years old. So you know what happened now? I stand corrected. Not 20, not 10. Wait a minute. He said the average age of the buses is 10 years old or 2010. Hold on, let me play that back. Hold on.
No, sir. Average age is 10 years old.
15 years of life left for the Jamaican people to benefit from. I go further. The average age of the buses is 10 years old.
10 years old.
That's the average, 10 to 11 years.
10 to 11. All right, make we move that and show us something. Hold on there. Let's go back to this. The average age of the buses, and he's talking about the 26 buses that were in Jamaica at the time, because this is July, right? He's talking about the average age of the 26, but it says 10 years old. So that means that the buses would have to be 2015. 2015. The average age of the buses, 2015. I mean, the 10 years old, manufactured in 2015. Look on this. Look on this. I'm going to go back to the receipt, yeah? To the receipt, yeah? See, people. So 2015, the average age of the manufacture of the bus must be 2015. This 26 buses, the 26 were coming when I talk about, all right? Because him can't talk about the ones that will not come yet, right? Because him don't know where they're on the road. And in fact, we know so all of them not reach yet. So I'm talk about the ones that will reach Jamaica. No, that means that the buses, for them to be 10 years old, they'd have to be manufactured in 2015. Let's go back again and look how many of these buses were manufactured in 2015. Start from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 26. Look at the rest of them. The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The first 12 buses, 15 years old.
Better than that, though. He said 170,000 kilometers on average they have driven. So the odometer reading should say on average about 105,000 miles.
And look on the miles.
Actually, 106. Let's give it that. Because 105,600 and something. 106,000 miles.
Look at the mileage. Look at the mileage. Look at the mileage. People, how you can believe somebody like this when them tell you how they're running a program for the benefit of the country? How can you believe them when they say one thing and then when you look at the receipt, you see something else? How can you? And by the way, we hear a lot of things, you know. We hear a lot of things, but we're just not going to say certain things until we can prove them. But we hear a lot of things coming from reliable sources. But we're not going to say anything until we get the documentation.
I will say this. Anybody that talks to you and give you information using, as it relates to anything with measurement, and they're mixing their measurements, watch them.
You know where I go on. Right. Right. This people,
he's using kilometers and miles in the very same sentence.
Right. And we just want to know that this is a government document we're looking at, you know. This is not something that the team put together, a spreadsheet the team put together. This is a government document. Right? Now, make we go back to where this lady and Mr. Ellington are talk a whole bunch of nonsense. Here we go.
$166.20 for maintenance. Up to March 2026, we're averaging about 9 million per bus per month. No, not per bus, for all the buses, 9 million. Yes, that maintenance cost is included, but we're just giving the breakout. So for the 1.4, that is also included.
By the way, the numbers that she have quoted, you know, we add them up. The numbers them don't make any sense, you know. But I'll lie because she's brand new over there and she's just regurgitating, right? But
presenting a report that is given to her.
Yeah, that's true. So I'll give Kedisha, Miss Campbell Rochester, I'll give her a lie. But the numbers don't add up. Miss Campbell Rochester, go back and check, you know, because you come out and make them numbers and it's incumbent upon you as the permanent secretary to ensure accuracy. So you need to go back and check these numbers because I'm looking at the numbers right now. We don't have time to go into them, but the numbers, they don't make any sense.
So I was trying to
various clearance fees in Jamaica. $8,151,832.50.
By the way, we have some information about that too, you know. We know where we're going, you know. We just want to know so we know where we're going. We're not going to call the name or do anything right now. But things are going. And then, by the way, how is it that we can get, the university can get stuff in for other people free of charge? But then the ministry can't get stuff coming in for a program for the children. Talk to me about that.
But he did say in the interview that there were waivers.
But you know, she come in on here, she'll give some big charge. She'll give brokerage, GCT, what else?
Oh yes, and this is the more recent, because this is what, March 11, 2026. I stand corrected.
Yeah, she mentioned clearance fees, 8.1 million, GCT 5.2, brokerage 108.6. How them couldn't get the same deal? I'd do the same thing like where you would do, where you will bring in the stuff and you will pay some of the fees, and then the company turn around and sell it to like 5 times the amount.
Get it back to them.
Come on, man. Come on. The numbers don't make no sense.
And the 15% GCT, $5,298,690.65.
Okay, so it's confusing because you're giving me individual costings and then lumped in some group costings. I'm trying to figure out what it cost us to.
No, the only group costing I gave you was that the maintenance is included in the 1.4, but I gave you the maintenance cost separately. So if you wanted to know the maintenance cost separately per month, I would have given you that.
I think the question was just what was the average cost per bus to get it on the road operating? That was, you just say, take that totals and divide it by whatever the number of buses were.
Yeah, it come up to 12.
I would have to divide and do some math and get back to you, but we can move on to.
No, we're not move on. 12.7 million per bus.
Yeah, so that's about
12 million something per bus.
Okay. All right. So did the government do any cost analysis getting a new bus versus getting this this bus. Did we do that and we were satisfied at that time that, and if we did, we were satisfied at that time that this was the best spend for the money, correct?
Yes.
All right. The public VIN, some information again that's out there. The VIN that we saw, some of them said the bus is aged from between 10 to 15 years. Is that accurate?
Yes.
The average age is 12 to 12 years.
12 years.
So 10 to
Yes,
14
average.
would have been the range. Would be a reasonable
10
range.
to 14 years.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. You remember what Minister Barr said? Him say 10. Now here it's 12 to 14.
The mileage on these buses.
About 6 minutes people.
Do you have an average of, you know, how they were running? I'm trying to sell a truck now and they're asking me the mileage. So I kind of want to know how we were doing.
Which another?
The managing director will answer that. Can you move on to another question so that I can, just for efficiency,
Right.
but you will get that shortly.
All right.
And it was 12.7 million per bus when you divide the 1.4.
Yes, that's why I said average about $12 million there, Chairman.
No,
Okay, so
average
given
30.
the cost analysis that you did, what would have been the cost had we chosen to get a new bus over that 12.7 million for the older bus? What would have been the cost?
Or maybe we could do that
Could you
another
ask
way.
those questions and we furnish you with a...
I figure you would have an idea since the...
No, but there's
since the
100
minister-
new buses coming.
Right,
So
since the
let's-
minister has indicated that you're switching from the old fleet into acquiring new buses, I'm sure you must have some idea what these new buses cost.
We have an in-house estimate, but that would be based on a canvas of the marketplace
Yeah.
because the new buses would have more general specification than the used buses because we could not go to market with the specification for the used buses if we are looking at making it competitive. So it will be looking at the marketplace and saying what it is that is there. And for the in-house estimate for approximately 150 buses it was working out at roughly 3.3 billion.
3.2
billion for the new?
3.2 billion for 150 new
That was
buses.
what was in the budget, 3.2 before it was taken.
3.2
billion,
thereabout
roughly.
billion for about 150 new, and it would have cost us something like about 1.4, you say, for the...
So this would have been this works out at 21 million per new bus.
21 million per new bus, based on what you're seeing in the
And
market.
similarly, I imagine a new bus would come with warranties, etc.
Let me stop at this and just take it on because we have to go cut now. Here's a problem now. That's why them can't have me sit down on none of them committee there. You don't matter about have people on board and things like that. I would have been like my father said, down in them side. You see what them do now, people? You should say 150 new buses. Guess what the matter? Them never do the cost analysis for the old buses versus new buses. Now, what them matter about is the new buses what them want to go buy. No, it's two different things. What them should have do is say, okay, how much did that cost at the time we purchased these on the 110? How much did that cost for buy 110 new buses at the time? What they're doing now, they must say, if you go buy 115 new buses in the future, it's going to cost this amount of money. And so it's going to come up to 21 million per new bus versus 12.7 million per old bus. It's not the same buses they're talking about. It's two completely different types of buses they're talking about. Because remember what they said, they're not going to buy the American buses this go around. They're not going to do it. They're going to look all across the globe. And chances are, because they have so many problems now with this, PR and otherwise, they're going to buy coaster buses. So the question should have been, how much it would have cost for 110 used coaster buses when you buy these buses? That's what them should have asked. But they are coming here now 150 new buses that they're going to buy. And see, when you do that now, you say, oh, so it comes up to the old buses, it's 12.7 million per bus, and the new ones, which is not going to be the yellow buses, it's going to cost 21 million. People, wake up, my people. Wake up.
Yep.
Then you hear, sorry, I can't play it even further because you hear Miss Holness. I say, oh, that's the people are cheering. I say, oh, that's nice, because we're saving money and with this and with that and that. People, you're being scammed. You're being scammed. Them should have said to her, them should have said, the 110 where you buy. How much it would that cost for 110 new yellow buses? And how much would that cost for 110 new coaster bus? Then also, how much would that cost for 110 used coaster? Keep it right that's under the comparison right there. That's what I'm supposed to do. So you say, okay, you buy the old one. How much would that cost for the new one? And we could compare them now and put a coaster bus. Them I go buy now, you know. And say for the coaster buses, how much that cost for new and for the same year that you buy? And I'm telling you, they would have gotten a lot more. And then also the Japanese buses, they are designed for the Jamaican terrain. Them can handle it. We have experience with them. We not experience with them. Our old bus, them with them bring come the old junky bus. We're supposed to in a junkyard with people. My people. You what? Tune in right now. Let me just go to my thing there, cause Kevin, still have to bounce. So he might go bounce. So.
So, Reggae Global Radio right now. Those of you who are listening on Reggae Global, stay right where you are right now. 8 until 10. You got me, Saturday Stew. 10 until midnight. Him, Rax to the record.
And by the way, let me tell people, them who just say that Isaac boy. When I say boy, it's a term of endearment. You know what I mean? There's no disrespect in what I said. You say, right boy. It's a term we use when somebody is brilliant. Big up yourself, Kevin Steele. Catch you later. So people, Isaac, I'm a brethren. Isaac is a brilliant man, if you want me to say man. But you don't know what God has to make us say, you're my boy, that. No disrespect. So don't make something out of it. Please, don't. Foolishness. Concentrate on the bus and them are rap Jamaica. And then we can tell Isaac to eat. We can feed Isaac and feed the Auditor General and feed Nikisha Burchett and feed all the movies information where we have. The people, big up yourself. 10 to midnight, we have play some slow jams, duets. So, there you
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.